discussed that, but it's ensuring that policies on climate change respond to gender and the voices and needs and interests of women, but also that the financing are also gender responsive. So it's about policy, informing policy based on the data that we have at country level, but also programming. So let me just go through, because if I start speaking, I'll be definitely much longer than if I just read and speak to my statement. So we are here to confront a paradox. As we convene to champion climate action, we must acknowledge that the very forces we fight against, the rising of temperatures, the extreme weathers, the diminishing resources, and the rollback on gender equality. This disproportionately impact the role of women and girls in Africa. They are not merely victims, as we heard. They are at the forefront. They are the frontliners, the knowledge keepers, and the innovators holding our communities together. Yet, as their vulnerabilities and resilience are at an all-time high, we see an alarming trend globally. We are witnessing a troubling rollback on hard-won gender equality gains, a reduction in official development assistance that cripples grassroots efforts, women's rights organization, and systemic undermining of multilateralism, the very foundation of our collective action, including at this conference. This is a triple threat that compounds the climate crisis, leaving our most vulnerable populations exposed and marginalized. It is time to call this what it is, a failure of the status quo. The existing international economic architecture upon which our climate finance mechanisms are built is fundamentally broken. It is a system that was not designed with gender equality or climate justice at its core. It operates on the principles that perpetuate debt, dependence, and equality, rather than fostering sustainable, equitable development. It is a system that talks to trillions in climate finance while delivering drops, and those drops often fail to reach the hands of the women who need it the most. Today, we must redouble our action. We cannot afford incremental change. That resources flow directly to those who have indigenous knowledge and that prevent women from accessing the capital, technology, and support they need to lead. This is not just about fairness. It is about effectiveness. The world will not succeed in its climate goals without the full and equitable participation of women and girls. Our collective future hinges on our ability to build a system that empowers rather than patronizes, a system that recognizes that climate resilience is inextricably linked to gender equality. Let this Gender Day be a turning point, a day when we move from mere rhetoric to revolutionary action, forging a new path built on equity, justice, and the transformative power of women's leadership. Before I just to conclude, we are organizing a women's pavilion at the conference. So you're all welcome and invited to join us tomorrow afternoon at 3 p.m., where we will launch this Women's Pavilion. This pavilion is your house, is your pavilion. Use it, abuse it, to ensure that we have a very strong outcome document, the Addis Declaration that puts gender equality at its core. And we also will have, on the last day, a discussion to reflect on this conference as we go to Belém. So you are also more than welcome to join us at the Women's Pavilion. Again, thank you for being here. Thank you for your activism, and thank you for your passion. UN Women stands in solidarity with you. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much from the UN Women. It's really a truly privilege to always be in positions to work with the UN as a UN entity and as in our relationship. In Africa, even though as we are civil society, we work closely with our government negotiators because we come to appreciate and understand that our issues are the same and our struggles are the same. So we are privileged to be accompanied here with our sister and comrade from the government of Namibia, who lead the gender negotiation on behalf of the AGN. So Aina, you have two tasks. One, to promise African women that we are coming back with an ambitious gender action plan, but also if there is anything you want the COP presidency to do, they're here. So you can also speak on behalf of the AGN, what COP presidents to ensure that we have a gender action plan that speaks to the ideal and the ambition of African people. Aina.
Thank you very much, Meshi, and allow me to stand on the protocol that has been established, and thanking the girls that were here, giving us, the beautiful co-presidents. You missed something that was very interesting here. So it tells a story and a very beautiful positions of Africa on how we communicate through beating drums, musics, dancing. So thank you very much. That was really wonderful. Meshi, as much as you think that task is simple, I will attempt. And on behalf of the African group of negotiators, especially the Gender and Climate Change Constituency, we are actually with you in this, as you rightfully put. A time we think civic societies are there to actually counter and, shout to government entities, but the platform have shown that we are partners and we will continue to do that. Ladies and gentlemen, Africa is one of the regions most vulnerable to climate impacts, rising temperatures, prolonged drought, and devastating floods are not just abstract statistics at this point in time. But of course, these are daily realities that we are living in. African girl continues to suffer. African women continue to suffer because, of course, at this point in time, we have all concluded and agreed that climate change impacts us all differently and most hitting this vulnerable constituency. Yet, women are not only victims, as it has been said by many speakers, of climate change. Across Africa, they are leaders, innovators, and custodians of resilience. And I think we can all agree with that. From women farmers adopting climate-smart agriculture to grassroots organizations, as many of you are here, building community-based adaptation systems to young African women leading climate justice movement, and evidence is clear, sustainable solution, agenda, just solutions. But to unlock this potential, we must go beyond the rhetoric, the speeches that we are all sharing now and then, and be gender responsive in our approach. And we call for implementation, and gender responsive climate finance to be made available more specifically to the African women. Colleagues, this is not just about justice, it is about survival and transformation, especially for an African woman. Let us continue to raise our voices to demand that climate policies reflect the lives, realities of African women. From the gender negotiation constituency point of view, we have been making good progress. And we want to assure you from the civic society space that the AGN team, especially the gender negotiators, we continue to coordinate our effort to make sure that the aspiration, the needs of African needs in terms of contextualizing them to ensure that we are intentional in our approaches, especially in terms of making sure that the climate finance provisions in the space are intentional, and we continue to fight in that space. And to the COP presidency, we are delighted. A day before yesterday, we started with our gender workshop here, a continuation from what we started in Bonn. That was a June meeting, which was equally, I would want to submit here that the spirit was really that positive, and it gives us hope, especially from the AGN perspective. We had our session a day before yesterday opened by the First Lady of Brazil. She gave us hope. She gave us a safe space, especially for African women. Equally with the submission of African women in Brazil, of course, critically important, and also taking that submission from Brazil of African of women descent in Africa. It gives us a safe space to say we share a lot, and we have a common denominator of our history, and we are hoping to count on that for our negotiations in Brazil to make sure that we adopt a gap that is transformative to the African continent, that is intentional to our need, that speaks to the needs of a local woman, that speaks to the need of a grassroots woman, because the foundation is mutual. Your Excellency, our quest is actually to breed and create a platform to engage with the First Lady. In fact, we see she could help us in creating a fundamental space during our negotiation in Belém. With that, I thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Aina, for that. I truly want to echo the request. I think now we have channeled directly to the people who will make it happen. That meeting with the First Lady should happen. So, and I echo all that you have said, and we truly appreciate the leadership of the AGN and how open you have been to work with the civil society, specifically through the Women and Gender Constituency at a global level, but specifically also at the country. So thank you so much, Aina, and for the interest of everyone in the room. There is another workshop that is happening right now, but Aina said I have to come and be in the community with this, African women, because at the end of the day, when they're in the negotiation room, they are negotiating on behalf of the African women. So it's important for them to listen to the African women. And that's the spirit that we want all negotiators to have, to go back to the community, have conversation with the people, so that we are not sticking on the party lines, but rather we are sticking on the needs of the people that we present. And in that regard, most of the needs remain the same. So thank you so much, Aina. And we have Ethiopian government represented here, and we have one question for you. The question is, how do we ensure that declaration center gender in the declaration? And the second, this is the complaint, and we want you to take this forward. Since summit started, African women were not given space to organize inside. It has always asked to organize outside in a hotel like this. Can you promise that this summit will be the last summit organizing
I can promise on that. But thank you so much, guys. And Doris would like appreciate, as the ministry would appreciate the invitation and the dedication that you take in the pavilion. Thank you so much. Excellencies, distinguished leaders, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, it's a great honor to stand before you today on behalf of the Ministry of Women and Social Affairs of Ethiopia. At this pivotal moment when Africa's leaders unity to deliver strong commitments for advancing gender equity in the context of climate change. Climate change is not gender neutral. Its impact feels disproportionately of women and girls, particularly in Africa, where livelihoods are closely tied to natural resources and where women often carry the primary responsibility of water, food security, and energy for their households. When the drought, floods, or resources scarcity strike, it's women and children who bear the heaviest burdens, yet they remain underrepresented in decision-making processes that shape climate policy and solutions. Excellencies, Africa's voice of COP30 is not only about demanding climate justice, it's about ensuring that justice is gender responsive. As we know or remember, the Paris Agreement and Gender Action Plan provides us with frameworks, but it's women and social affairs, three core commitments. Our role as a government and the leaders is scale these solutions, channel climate finance, equitability, and create enabling environment where no woman or girls is left behind. So at the COP30, we must speak with one voice that advance gender equity is not optional. It's central to achieving climate justice, sustainable development, and a resilient Africa. So let me condolence with this. Africa's strength lies its peoples, and our future lies in our women and youth by placing gender equality at the heart of our climate. We are not only addressing injustice, we are unlocking Africa's greatest potential. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much from the government of Ethiopia. And also if you can give an additional clap for them hosting us in this beautiful city. I've been corrected. I've been told this morning that I must say that we are hosted in uncolonized land of Ethiopia. So thank you so much for inviting all of us here. So the last speaker before I invite the COP presidency is my colleague, Juliet. And specifically to Juliet, we are asking you to just tell the president what African women want. Juliet.
Thank you so much. Distinguished guests, allow me to write on protocols that are already observed. My name is Juliet Nagamba, Economic Justice and Climate Action Acting Lead, co-chair of the Women and Gender Cluster under the Non-State Actor and Inclusivity Committee. It is with profound gratitude that I am before you, the guardians of our earth and the warriors of our very fabric of existence on the African continent, the women, the girls, indigenous people, and the mothers of Africa. Allow me to also extend gratitude to the Ethiopian government and Ministry of Women for supporting the non-state actors committee, particularly the gender cluster. The gender cluster is one of the clusters under the non-state actors. The cluster this year has been coordinated by AMwA Afrika on behalf of the African Women and Gender Constituency and the Union for Ethiopian Women and Children Association, and co-chaired by Women Environmental and Developmental Organization and Action Aid Ethiopia. We are privileged to be co-sponsored by the UN Women, Center for Economic and Social Rights, Women Environmental Program, African Women's Development and Communication Network, Women for Change in Cameroon. We are meeting here far from the corridors where decisions that impact us are being made. Our struggles continue to persist. While we hear of inclusion, we still face structural invisibilization in the processes of decision-making. Our meeting today is a clear example of what inclusion should not look like. Inclusion for us means that spaces of decision-making remain accessible and are intentionally curated for women and other groups. Our participation as a constituency has been challenged now during this summit by high cost of pavilions and side events, as well as late decisions on visa waivers. Some of our sisters have paid for these waivers and will now spend precious time lining up for investments. On our soil and continent, we must not be challenged by the same exclusion we face outside the continent. I would like to thank our co-sponsors for ensuring that we'll get some space to influence even during the summit days, as they have supported a pavilion for continued dialogue. And thank you really goes to the UN Women. In this regard, as we head to COP30, we want to see meaningful participation and inclusion and gender at the heart of negotiation. You have the power. You have the power to ensure that we bring forward women and feminist expectation at this decisive moment. The Gender Action Plan is also an opportunity to dismantle structural barriers that have excluded, marginalized, and discriminated women in their diversity. The COP30 must be intersectional. The COP30 Gender Action Plan must be intersectional, inclusive, measurable, and must center human rights and responding to communities' needs. I repeat this, Your Excellency, you have the power. Our position has not changed, and it will not change. Regardless the challenges we face, on behalf of women for the continent, I want to restate that we will not relent on organizing to influence outcome on climate governance. I repeat that. I want to state that we will not relent on organizing to influence the outcome of climate governance, as we remain the people most impacted by the crisis. I want to send my appreciation to PACJA and the chair of the non-state actors for this coordination this far, my colleagues who've been organizing this event and really who've managed to bring all of us together. It is our greatest desire that as a cluster, the decisions that we take today are considered in the outcome of the Summit 30 in Belém. I thank you.
Thank you so much, Juliet, for really outlining what we want and the challenge that we face. And by extension, just to echo that, we really don't expect to face the same challenges. And I think we also want to appreciate the co-presidents for the efforts made so far. We know now we'll get free visa already online and all that. So we want you to do more. But with that, I'll now officially invite you to respond to everything that you have heard, but most importantly, to make a commitment, and we'll hold you accountable to the commitment that you made on the stage now. So you have the floor. And you're not allowed not to say anything.
Well, first of all, thank you very much for having me. I'm really glad to be here. It's a learning process. And it's more difficult when people think that I have power. So, but I'm going to try to build some power to do the right things at this COP. And definitely the fighting for you, fighting for women, for gender, for girls is the right thing to do. So if I have power, it will be used for that. That I can already commit to. Okay. But as I said, I'm learning a lot, and I decided to be surrounded by women that will correct some of my generation's subconscious that I'm afraid are very present. But I know that that is wrong, and we have to fight it. I also know that most of the mess, the overwhelming quantity of mess that we have around, was made by men. So we definitely need you because men did a very bad job. No? So but let's try to work together, and I hope that women will be more tolerant with men than men were tolerant with women. So maybe together with your guidance and surrounded by you, we can do more right things at this COP. And I am quite convinced of all this agenda. There is no discussion about that, and we have been learning that in Brazil very clearly. Obviously, Brazil, like every country, has a majority of women, so it starts already with the reality that is sometimes forgotten. But we have to remember that 55% of Brazilian population is from African descent. So this is also an element that is extremely important when we will bring the concerns and the interests of African women to COP30. And this exercise of being surrounded by women has been fantastic. We, from scientists to community leaders to, as mentioned, the First Lady, Lula da Silva, is our special envoy for women, and she's amazing. And more than being the special envoy for women, Janja is also strengthening the action of all the other 9 special envoys that are women, and also of the scientists that are women that are supporting us, the economists that are supporting us. So Janja is really taking the lead to use the best way possible the attention that the media gives to her, the attention that people give to her, to bring together the other women in this process. And I think this has been really wonderful to see. And I think that this is going to grow enormously after the General Assembly in New York. As you know, in September now, we're going to have lots of climate related events in New York. And I believe that after that, the whole world will be very much geared on what are we going to achieve at COP30. And I am absolutely convinced that Anatoly, who is here and is going to speak in a minute, will not allow me to fail in this effort that we are doing to show that we definitely need this agenda to have the dimension that it has not acquired. It is not obvious, as you know, because this is a party-driven process. And as you know, not in all countries, women can convince their governments to have more progressive attitudes. But you know that Brazil will have an extremely progressive position, and I think that Latin America in general has a very progressive attitude in that, and together with African women, I think that we're going to achieve a lot. So I'm learning, teach me, send me lots of things, complain. Don't expect that I have that much power, but please be sure that I will always be happy to know that you are telling me the truth and that you're giving me the elements that will make me work better for you. Thank you.
Thank you. I think the presidents deserve kigelegele. Eh? Can we hear it the Ethiopian way? All right. So thank you so much, Presidency. I think it's just a humble gesture to really acknowledge the unconscious, because we have all been raised in this very patriarchal system. And this takes a lot of humbleness to recognize that we don't know a lot and we are happy to learn. And as on behalf of African women, I want to accept that invitation to teach you some of those things. And you coming here is one of that commitment that you are ready to engage and you are ready to learn. So to open up officially, allow me to invite a comrade, even though he's the CEO of the co-presidency, very powerful position, but I've known him as a comrade, a leader who really listened and able to act. I'll tell you a little bit of a story. When the co-president issued the fourth letter, we were in Bonn in the SP. And the first thing the Women in Gender did, took the letter and looked at everywhere, like did the search, where is gender? And then we try to put gender in everywhere. And then we have a meeting with Anne, and Anna called me like very last minute. It's like, Mishi, I need to talk to you. And then the fifth letter was titled We, the People, right? So thank you so much, the President and Anne, for really working on your action. So we want to give you the privilege to give us opening remark and to officiate your session. So please, welcome.
So first of all, good morning. Yeah, it's still morning, so good morning for everyone. It's a really, really honor to be here. And I wanted to especially thank Mishi, because she is so fundamental in our journey, Andre, on doing this together. And I think that's really important. And I think by, obviously the Ambassador André Corrêa do Lago being here, ourselves being here, is that openness that we will need to do this together. And if we have any power, the power definitely will come from everyone, from you, because we know in COPs, we do need that power coming from people. Otherwise, the COPs will not be what we want. But I also wanted to pay tribute for WEDO, that was born, I mean, in 1990, and it was such a special moment. I'm old enough to be there around with obviously Ungara Mataya, Vandana Shiva, Bella, obviously Thais Coral, the Brazilian representative at that time, that is very, very close to us in the 90s. What you have done, WEDO, together with the women's movement in Brazil, that we had in 1992, the FEMNET planet there, that made history. And I think that history is what we wanted to maintain at COP30. If we are able to reproduce what was done in 1992 with the women's gathering there, I think we can make history together. And nowadays we have a whole new group of women that are so powerful in both of the continents. Obviously, Ministra Marina Silva, obviously seeing our colleagues from Geledes, Sueli Carneiro is there. We have the Janja, our envoy. We have Jurema, also our envoy, that's somebody that we care. Mia Motley, we have Cristiana Figueires, Bachelet. We have so many powerful women now in the climate movement. I think if we are coming together to honor what you have started in 1992 or in 1990, I think we can make COP30 a really, really special place. We know that there are many negotiation topics. Obviously, gender is one of the key negotiating documents that we needed to close at COP30. We're working very close together to look at that document and bring in some of the means of implementation that I think is the expectation of all of us there. But I also wanted to put attention on the action agenda. That's something, the fourth letter, because this COP really wanted to be a COP of implementation. And obviously we can look at women on the special topics of women, but we want the gender perspective in all the topics. We want the gender perspective on industry decarbonization. We want the gender perspective on food security, on tripling renewable energy, in all the topics that are possible in an agenda. It's fundamental that we also have the gender perspective in all of them, rather than just being, that's why the fifth letter was so important, to show that vision for COP30 on the implementation especially, because there are ways of implementing and we can reproduce bad implementation that will exclude women. But if we are not involving the women in also the implementation agenda, we will make the same mistakes that we have done in the past. So for us, as a determination is for COP30, gathering space that we had there. You can count with the presidency for us to have on the thematic topics that we have the pavilions there, to have the gender perspective in any other ways. As you know, we have to honor the African women, the African descendant women in Brazil that are so, so powerful, and let us work together to build COP30 in the way that is good for people, especially for women and our ancestors, and as well as the next generation. So thank you so much, Monsieur, for having us here. Thank you.
Thank you so much, the Brazilian government, and thank you for the leadership. Just one last thing to say and to promise you, and I think I have my colleague from Brazil, Michelle, here with us. We launched, we are in the regionalization. WGC is going in through regionalization process. So we launched Africa-WGC during COP27, which was hosted in Egypt. Then in 2020, the following year, we launched MENA WGC when the COP was hosted in Dubai. And we have started the process to launch Latin America WGC. We have initial launch in Bonn, but we'll have a full-fledged launch in Belém. So we are really looking forward to invite you as you take the next chapter. We are hoping the WGC will be regionalized, and we have the leadership of all women in the process of WGC. So with that, allow me to invite our colleague, to invite Anne to the stage to take a picture with the Africa WGC. As they do that, we will have a very special, a small gift to invite you to our culture, the culture of the people of Ethiopia. So we invite you to enjoy the dance as we take pictures, and then we'll invite you to the tea break. So please, Anne, on the stage for the picture while the dancers are coming in.
Just a little word. Can we call the Brazilian girls to come here and join in the photo, please? There are many, and Michi, you know, when you mentioned that we had omitted women and that called our attention, I have to tell you that also Geledez was very present and calling our attention. And by the way, when we arrived in Brazil, the first lady called me and said, you didn't put women at the right position. So I am being monitored by all of you, and I'm very happy. You are included in the Brazilian girls.
There's a gift for you.
And then we'll go for lunch. And after lunch, we'll go directly to parallel sessions. We'll have 3 parallel sessions. We have one on the gender action plan. And then we have second one on the adaptation, and the last one on the just transition. And then we'll reconvene back here in the plenary to have conversation on intersecting issues from SRHR to conflict and migration, health, food, and agriculture. And then we'll finish our day by listening or getting a presentation of the amazing solution that we have in the continent. And lastly, we are expecting the high-level champion from the co-presidency, from the Brazil presidency, to come and close the session in the evening. So without further ado, allow me to invite my colleague, Anna Songole, who will be moderating this session, to invite the panelists.
What do we want? When do we want it? And if we don't get it, all right. Dr. Mela, are you here? Is Dr. Mela here? Okay. Janet? Janet Milongo? All right. Kudakwashe? Irene, I know Irene is here. Most welcome. Yeah. Yeah. Hello, everyone. Is it afternoon? Good afternoon. Yeah? Oh, it's still morning. We have 6 minutes. It's good to see you all, sisters, friends, allies, comrades. We were supposed to have one of our comrades here, Janet Milongo, but I don't think she's here. We also supposed to have Dr. Mela Chiponda, but I don't think she's here yet, which will give us more time to interact. So it's also really good to have extra time. And so on this panel, we're going to discuss a few things. So I want to do a quick introduction of the panel, and then our colleagues will introduce themselves. All right. So when we're talking about African women's power, we're talking about many things. And when you talk about climate action, there are a number of things that we need to think about. So clean cooking is one of the areas that has gained a lot of traction. In fact, for the Africa Climate Summit, there are more than 8 clean cooking side events, mandated events. And so this is something that we're seeing gaining a lot of traction. And we can't talk about climate action for women without talking about clean cooking. And so in this panel, we'll be talking a bit about energy sovereignty, and also with relation to the work that the panelists have been doing and clean cooking itself. And so I'll introduce myself, and then my colleagues will introduce themselves. My name is Anne. I work in an organization called CLASP. We do a lot of work on appliance energy efficiency, and we promote.
Irene Tonjire. I come from Uganda. I'm the Executive Director, Women for Green Economy Movement Uganda. It's a community-based organization that empowers marginalized women, youth, girls in energy sector, especially coming from a community that is being affected by the East African crude oil pipeline, EACOP. So we ensure that women get alternatives, especially in energy sector. And we, as an organization, we have several projects or the thematic area: gender equality, clean energy and affordable, economic empowerment, climate action, in line with achieving the Sustainable Development Goals. Glad to be here. Thanks.
Hello everyone. Bonjour. Parlez-le français? No? Okay. Magadini, Salibonani, Murimwanji. My name is Kudama Njonjo. I am from the Zambezi River. And in that space, I work for Power Shift Africa as the Just Transition Advisor, specifically working on energy. But I think for the sake of this conversation, I'm part of the CAN International ENGO seats in the Just Transition Work Program, where we're discussing quite a number of these issues around energy access and specifically issues around clean cooking. And unfortunately, my boss, Janet Milongo from CAN International, could not be here. So pretend that I'm speaking on her behalf, and I'll try to represent as best as I can. Thank you.
All right, so a quick one, clean cooking. What is clean cooking? What are clean cooking solutions? So when we're talking about clean cooking, we're talking about solutions that reduce emissions, and especially these are the emissions, they're called particulate matter emissions. So this is the black carbon that rises when we cook in the houses, right? So these solutions include improved solutions that can actually increase the efficiency of cooking, meaning they use less fuel. And there are also clean solutions like electricity, way cleaner solutions. And how accessible are these solutions? And so when you're talking about solutions, we're talking about the devices, and we're also talking about the fuels. And so that's also important. And to kick us off, all of us have done work around feminist energy justice. And so I'll ask the panelists maybe one or two questions to tell us about the work that they are doing, advancing women's rights, energy access, justice, and beyond. I think you have about 3 minutes.
Thank you, Anne, for your question. Like I stated first, as an organization, we are empowering marginalized women and youth that are directly affected by these fossil fuels, specifically East African crude oil pipeline. We are empowering them to know their rights. We are giving them or building their capacity toward the oil companies, toward government accountable for the grievances that they are facing, majorly the displacement of our ancestral lands, and again, the violation of rights. Like in my community, we don't have space to express ourselves. When we organize these peaceful protests, every now and then activists are being arrested. Even right now, cases are still in court for activists to demonstrate, peaceful protest, to speak for our own right, to speak for what we need in communities. But government still doesn't give us that freedom to express what we want as communities, especially as women at grassroots. So we build more capacity, we create awareness, we give them knowledge that they don't have, which they are supposed to have. And again, we train women on the adaptation solutions. For example, making briquettes as an alternative. However much as an organization, we are still valuing, is briquettes the best alternative we can give to the community? We shall discuss this to see whether it is viable or the best alternative we can provide. However, there are other alternatives like biomass, and again, solar, that women are still doing a lot of work, especially at night breastfeeding. Over 600 million people in Africa are not able to access electricity. And all these challenges are greatly affected by by women, breastfeeding, caregivers. So we are here to discuss what we know, that we have the alternatives, we have the solutions, but we are not given the support we need to implement. And again, about what we are doing is providing awareness into climate action. We engage more into climate adaptation initiatives, not only for environmental consumption or conservation, but also for socioeconomic empowerment. We cannot talk about energy sovereignty, we cannot talk about climate justice or gender justice, minus talking about economic empowerment of women at grassroots. So we are here and we are open to collaborate and network and hear more of other projects from different countries. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. I think for Kuda, we know that PowerShift does a lot of amazing work that's very Pan-African with a justice lens. And we're talking about feminist energy justice, which looks at a lot of the structural issues. And we always have, the climate lens, and we always look at intersectionality and things like those. And perhaps when you're responding, you could tell us a bit about how your work intersects with, feminist energy justice.
No, thanks for that. And I think, as you rightly stated, we always have to try to provide that Pan-African outlook. And with this conversation around clean cooking, we are aware that 900 million Africans, generally speaking, do not have access to clean cooking, and it's plus. And even when people do have some access to electricity, let's say in South Africa, for example, in a lot of ways it is too expensive. So they end up picking and choosing when they use electricity, then they end up falling back into the bad types of energy that we're speaking about. So part of our work at PowerShift Africa, when it comes to clean cooking, for us, we're trying to think what's the most ambitious idea around energy access, and that's it. Clean cooking should not just be seen as one aspect of a person's life. As you know, from the feminist point of view that my sister rightly mentioned, we are saying clean cooking plus. It's all about energy access, energy to access all the needs and desires that women on the continent need, children on the continent need, and that includes ensuring that we have the right grid infrastructure of the continent that leads to clean cooking as an eventuality. Not starting off with clean cooking, because we are worried with the way the conversation is being sold that women on the continent only need clean cooking. What about lighting? What about TV? What about general power access for their businesses? So a big part of our work is
le traducteur du français.
But let's not pick and choose what we're going to solve here. What we're solving on the continent for us is energy access, full energy access. And for us, that's through renewable energy, because we know, as we're going to have sessions today around finance, renewable energy is by far the most democratic form of energy, but also the most cost effective for a lot of people, especially those in the rural areas. So that's where our work is for now.
Okay. Thank you very much, Irene. Thank you, Kuda. And I think you've already led us to thinking about the second question, which is a reflection around a focus on commitments from governments. I think you've seen the Tanzanian government has made a serious commitment to clean cooking. And they've done this before in the past. They had a big project where they were financed by a multilateral development bank, I think it was World Bank, that gave them funding for ethanol fuel. And so they've moved that. And this focus on commitments from governments around clean cooking. Why do you feel, already you've responded to this, both of you have responded to this, but it's a critical gender issue, right?
Donc, la cuisson propre est un problème genré, très critique. Donc, comment est-ce que nous allons aborder ce problème de manière systématique? Merci beaucoup. Donc, en premier, les gouvernements et les pouvoirs en place doivent s'assurer que l'énergie que nous...
It is community owned, it is decolonized, and at the same time, it should be degendered. And what do I mean here? It should be owned by the community, especially women, walking the longest distances, spending 43 hours or even more, doing fetching of firewood, fetching of water, and yet all that activity is not being recognized, is not being really respected in our families. And this also leads to gender-based violence. When a man comes home and he doesn't find food, not because a woman is not really able to provide, but has been in the forest collecting firewood and what, but then a man will not really resonate with that, So it should be, while yes, we know that they have more funding going into clean cooking and at the same time into green economic alternatives, So they must ensure that communities are in these processes. They must ensure that women are in this decision making, and not only for speaking, not only for what, but they should be engaged even under implementation to ensure that I'm representing my community, but I'm not sure if what I'm speaking about is going to be, implemented. Yes, it must be written somewhere, but how am I going to report to my community that I represented you and this is what I have come up with? This funding of these spaces must go hand in hand with funding opportunities, grants, not loans, to the community-led organizations, especially women-led organizations. And in line with them, just energy, feminist just energy transition with our partners FEMNET. Last week, I guess, we were in Addis Ababa and we opted for a feminist just transition paper that has all our demands, spending the time, the knowledge, the ideas, what we have put on paper. Now we need to ensure that our demands are going to be funded and they are going to be visually seen by the communities. Thanks.
Right, and Kuda, as you respond, and thank you for mentioning a feminist just transition paper. We'll have a question about the demands. As you respond, we are having a lot of discussions about the global financial architecture and the need to change it. And we're also having discussions about a lot of commitments that around, energy, that clean cooking, and we're talking about public sector providing this financing, but private sector is also coming in and saying we can provide financing. And so as you respond, could you also reflect on how the private sector could come in within now the broader now systems perspective around the global financial architecture? Thank you.
Thank you. And I think this is the main reason I came here today. I was so excited to talk about this. And there are two different levels. So as you know, there was Africa Climate Week over the last week. And in that, there was the Just Transition Work Program, which was hosting what's called the fourth dialogue, and it was specifically focusing around just energy transition. What does it look like? And I'm glad to say that Tanzania, as you mentioned, they are currently the Africa Group of Negotiator lead. So basically, they're the ones leading the conversations from an African point of view. And they've been adamant about clean cooking within the Just Transition Work Program for at least 2 years from the part of the work we've done. And Tanzania has really pushed on that, and we are very excited about that. So that's a good thing. Globally, we do see that it's not a fight anymore. The global north and the global south seem to agree that we need clean cooking, especially in Africa. But when this happens, you then have to ask, why is the global north saying yes to this very quickly? And that's important. They said no to financing at COP29. Why are they so excited about clean cooking? And this is where the details are important. And I'm hoping this is some of the work we can really start pushing on. Clean cooking, as we're imagining it, and how private sector is imagining it, is very different. Clean cooking from private sector is gas cooking. And they are basically trying to ensure that, for example, the eco project that's happening in the Uganda is going to have a local market based on gas demand for the, I don't know what you call them, sorry. Back home, we call them my 5 kgs gas tanks, So that's the idea. They're trying to operationalize, basically, they're trying to financialize our energy lives through these 5 kg stoves to ensure that they've got gas markets on the continent through that. So that's where the details are important. Our advocacy has to be not just clean cooking. We want equitable, renewable energy clean cooking, because we might get stuck in this idea that we just need any form of clean cooking. And this is not to say we don't understand that gas is cleaner than, for example, biomass. We are aware of that. From a health point of view, that's not a question at all. But financially, we know all our way that financially we cannot afford this. And then this leads to the more African approach. That is important, where I think there is room to harness some public financing. And that's the Mission 300. I don't know if anyone has heard of Mission 300 in the room. So it's extremely important I mention this because our governments are going all out for this. And I'm hoping we provide some feminist approaches to this. What's happening with Mission 300? Africa Development Bank and the World Bank are essentially partnering to provide private financing for certain energy projects. The idea is to support 300 million Africans with energy by 2030, and clean cooking is a big part of it. How that's being done? They're creating what are called national energy compacts. And in these compacts, apparently, there were consultations with different stakeholders as to how to do this. There were no consultations. We are all aware that this was done at a high level. For example, Tanzania, clean cooking is there, it's gas-led. In South Africa, it's coal-based. In Zimbabwe, it's gas. I can keep going on and on. So it's important as the feminist movement.
Et donc, à travers de nombreux pays, nous voyons ces discussions.
Through Mission 300, how are you linking this with the clean cooking that is needed? But again, we should push back on this idea of private financing, because what private financing is coming in, they're using this word de-risking. They are basically wanting to use our tax money on the continent for us to prepare these gas pipelines, and then they socialize the risk but privatize the rewards by ensuring they're the ones who control where we actually buy the gas. We have to push back against that, because what will ultimately happen is that where we think there's access, there is no access. And we have to remind ourselves, access and energy connectivity are two different things. You might have a pylon on top of you, but you got no connection to your house. And that's the danger of us not criticizing and interrogating these Mission 300 projects and what we are defining as clean cooking as a continent.
All right, great. Maybe to give a live example. Maybe to give a live example, as he has talked about, like private sectors are actually interested in funding the gas, providing gas to the families. Just last month in Chambogo University, the gas exploded from nowhere and it killed one person and other students got injured. They're now in the hospital. So that's not the energy we need. We need the energy where women have the right, where women know the systems, how to produce it, how to consume it, and at the same time, how to navigate if this happens, give them knowledge and understanding to mitigate such risks when they happen. Sorry for interrupting.
No, you didn't interrupt at all. This is why we have this session. And it's such a good thing to reflect on this, because then the proponents who are talking about electric cooking, and I think many of you have seen them. How many have seen a lot of talk about e-cooking, electric cooking? Right? Just a few, right? We've seen a lot of work around electric cooking, because as we speak, for example, Europe is already saying that, no, we don't want gas anymore, because gas also has a number of components. This particulate matter, it's affecting children, it's affecting people, it's affecting health. It's not only what we thought, the research that was done in Africa, but there's much, much more to this. So one would argue, for example, on Mission 300, if you're connected, then can we leapfrog to e-cooking? So that's something to think about. But before I ask the next question, the reflection I wanted from all of you, from both of you actually, was on the National Energy Compacts. So thank you for mentioning that, Kuda. So these compacts have really been pushed through the SDGs, and there's even the business compacts that a lot of people have. And these compacts are a bunch of commitments. It's a range of commitments. And we see a lot of private sector coming in to say they'll do a lot of things. And these compacts are coming at the back of things like nationally determined contributions, where countries are developing plans called national investment plans. So while NDCs are usually conditional for African countries, up to the last NDCs were up to 100% conditional. The NDC, the nationally determined contribution, which is the climate plans in alignment to the Paris Agreement. And we're seeing that the NDCs now are still conditional, but here we are talking about investment plans, we're talking about compacts, and we're also talking about providing energy to households, the last mile community
communities, as they're called. And so as we are thinking about this, are there ways to leapfrog to e-cooking? Do you think there are ways to leapfrog? And how do we make sure that just the way we talk about renewable energy, not trapping ourselves in oil and gas and all these old technology, how can we think about this in line with what's already happening now? Thank you.
Thank you so much. And in my own opinion, and speaking from the lived example of communities, I don't think e-cooking will really work for the community. And like the example I have given, like in my country, Uganda, government and other partners, we are giving out free gas to the communities without even providing knowledge how to use these gas cylinders. And then, yes, you're providing them with gas. They don't have money to refill. If we can fail to access even $1 to buy electricity for lighting at home, how are we going to really manage to access the $30 to refill our gases? So in my own opinion, I don't feel like e-cooking is going to work for the community. It can work for the global north countries, the Europe, the Japan, the Italy, all those countries. But from my community, that's not really the alternative we want. Which alternative do we want? We have indigenous knowledge, once supported, that we can use to produce the decentralized renewable energy projects that are owned, not only for lighting, that can also be transited to economic empowerment. We talk about improved cook stoves. That's one alternative that I'm advocating for my community, not only for my community, but for other global South countries, because I know they are all going through the same challenges. The clean cooking stoves can be used, can empower communities, specifically women. I'm focusing on women because we know what we go through when we talk about the energy poverty in our country. And again, it can also be used or turned into socioeconomic enterprise. They make the stoves, they sell them. After selling them, they get money. After getting money, they form small saving groups for themselves, for economic empowerment. And we know when a woman is empowered economically, there is reduced gender-based violence, because we cannot be depending on men. Men also are also struggling in their own. But when I have my money, when I have a saving group that I can really run to get a small loan on a smaller interest with my community, I can transform myself, my family, and the community at large. Thanks.
Yeah, that was fantastic. And I think just want to add onto that to say, the vision for Africa's transformation has to come from us. And we cannot be deluded to believe that the global West, the global North are going to allow us to industrialize and get energy access without them profiteering from it. And we have to remind ourselves that no country in the world has ever got energy access through private sector. It's never happened. Britain, USA, all these countries that when we go, we're like, oh, this is exciting. It was all public investment that led to that energy access. We have to decommodify this idea of energy being a business. It is not a business, it is a right. And I'm very worried our African governments have been deluded to believe that you can actually get full access through private financing. It won't, because renewable energy is not profitable. The reason why there's still investment in oil and gas on the continent is because it is more profitable for private sector. Renewable energy, the reality is it is not profitable. So what is the solution? Ensure that that energy is still a public good. And how do we do that? There's a report we did, it's called the African Energy Leadership Report. My apologies for not coming with it. But in this report, you can find it on the Partnerships Africa website. Nearly half of all Africans live more than 10 kilometers from a power line. From a power line, these things we take for granted, a pylon. More than half live 10 Ks away from a power line. We need to develop our grid infrastructure. That is how we can then use public resources for renewable energy to give direct energy access, which will lead to clean cooking. We should start with the actual problem, which will give us the long-term result. And that's what we're asking for. Thank you so much for mentioning that next week, there are going to be 8 side events at ACS on this. Go into these sessions, question them. How is grid infrastructure being built up with the clean cooking initiatives? They're not talking about that. They're only talking about the ESTOs and the like. And that is not transformative. Our public investment has to go to the grid first, and then everything else follows. So please, I beg you, as we go to the next 2 days, please, please, please.
All right, so we want to shift a bit. So maybe one last reflection from you on some of the, maybe one key principle you want to, one key ask you have of the ACS leadership. So that's one of the things that I want to ask you. As we prepare, I'd like also the audience to ask some questions, right? And the reflections from the audience should be around a number of things. So the work that you're doing around energy on the continent, this could also be around cooking. Then what resonated with you? I saw some people doing this when Kuda was talking, so I'll call upon you. What resonated with you that you had in the panel? And then what would you like to add to the conversation? Because obviously we only have an hour and maybe 40 minutes or so. We can't talk about a lot, but there are other things that we could actually discuss, and then a demand. So maybe 4 people to give those 4 different perspectives, and I'll still ask these questions. But our wonderful panelists have given us food for thought from e-cooking is not going to work in Africa. That's not what we want, right? To e-cooking is not the real thing that we need to be looking at. Let's look at the systemic issues, number 1, which is let's make sure we have access to electricity. And by the way, even when you talk to private sector, sometimes when you're talking to private businesses, they'll tell you that there's a company that I was just speaking to, and they'll tell you that, yes, even a mini grid is not a mini grid. This is a mini grid powered by off-grid solar. It's not profitable. That is the truth. That is the truth. So a lot of them have to work a little bit differently to make sure that this is profitable. And so even for those people who are connected to that mini grid, you'll find that unless it's at utility level, meaning the mini grid is connecting to the electricity, the main grid, right? And this means that energy would have to be a public good. But there are 2 questions there. How much is this energy being sold to our governments, right? From private sector. So that's one of the questions. That one now talks about affordability. Then the second thing is when we're talking about making sure that we have connections, it means if private sector is not involved, how do governments then ensure that this is not expensive? So a lot of private sector will tell you when they're selling electricity by the unit, it will be higher by at least 10%, 5 maybe to 10%. And so this will always be an issue for for the people that Irene spoke about who don't have access to electricity at the moment, and people who also cannot afford to even go and refill their gas. And so one last reflection, what is your key ask this week? Maybe 2 key asks.
Thank you so much. And I will say to, first and foremost, we need a decentralized, degendered, and decolonized renewable energy projects that communities have the right, have the say, and are able to consume without any cost attached. That's one. So that calls for total phasing out of these fossil fuels and more investments to go in the green economic alternatives that are equitable, inclusive, sustainable, and just specifically to the grassroots communities. Another key ask to the Africa Climate Summit too is to support and provide the health and well-being of these marginalized communities. We talk more about policies, implementation of policies, implementation of laws, but how about that woman at grassroots that is being displaced by this longest heated pipeline? How about this woman that is facing gender-based violence? Don't you think they need space to heal from these injustices that they are facing, not because we are, yes, I know women, we are we maneuver through situations. Even when we are stressed, we keep working. But I think we need to heal ourselves from global north injustices that we continue to face. So I call for psychological support. I call for health and wellness. Let's engage them into the gender action plans that we are going to draft or that we are already drafting. Thank you.
I love feminist groups. They always clap for you, It's so nice. Yo, the other comrades, I'm always in serious conversations. So thank you so much for this. But yeah, I think I've already said my key ask. I beg you to engage with your government on Mission 300 from the feminist movement. It's extremely important. As Power Shift, we're trying to create a task force for this to at least give access, because we know the language sometimes is not as accessible, but we're trying our best. Please engage with them. The money is there, but we need to ensure that the money is being used correctly. We have to stop those lies. And I think my last point that I'll speak about is, remember that energy does not have to be profitable. We have to remind ourselves of this. It's extremely important, because once we do that, we open up our minds to how to actually get access to energy. The beautiful thing about energy is an enabler. It allows us to dream. Energy is not supposed to be the end, it's a means to everything else. So with that said, when we speak about being government only being the solution, I want us to broaden our minds. The cooperative models that we're told that do not work really do work. Cooperative models rely on providing a need, not on getting a return on investment. We need to push for different models where they're coming from the bottom up to support government financing. I don't come here saying as if our governments have money. I understand they don't have all the money in the world. However, we have to recreate our systems to allow more cooperative models to be better. So for example, getting our governments to ensure that when you want to import solar panels and the likes, it's tax-free. Why are we being taxed for renewable energy if it's coming through cooperative models? Right now, our laws, our regulations prefer private sector development. We need them to prefer cooperative model development, public good development. And I'm hoping that as we come together as a feminist movement, we really start pushing that. And remember, think cooking plus, not just cooking, please. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And it would be great to hear from you if there are any cooperative models that have worked that can work as a case study for others who want to kind of mimic that approach. And so now I don't know who will help me. Anne, will you help me with the mic? So my namesake. So there's now a bunch of questions that I would really love to hear from you. There are so many of you who want to speak, so let's limit it. Thank you, I've seen you already. Let's limit it. I've seen Priscilla, your hand was up as well. Let's limit it to about 2-3 minutes per each person so that we make it so succinct so everyone can be heard. Quick reference to the questions. What work are you doing around energy on the continent? What resonated with you here that you had? And then what would you like to add to the conversation? And what are some of the demands you're making, policy demands? Go ahead.
Okay, it's now working. For me, I want to add, I love the panelists. I love your disposition to the discussion. And of course, as Africans, you have stated it the way it should. Africa, we have enough on our continent. We don't have to even import solar panels. We don't have to get these clean cook stoves that are being dumped on us. Why can't we have factories? We have enough natural resources that can build us the factories that we need. For me, it's a no-go area. We are not taking that. We want solutions. We don't want forced solutions. We want solutions that are accessible, adaptable, available, and cost efficient in renewable energy. That is my contribution.
Merci beaucoup.
Oui, merci beaucoup. Je suis Madame Bibiche d'une organisation féminine RSF de RDC. Merci beaucoup pour les exposés, pour nos panélistes. Vraiment, vous nous avez enrichis. Mais j'ai peut-être une préoccupation concernant les utilisations de nos outils énergétiques par rapport à la femme à la base, disons à la femme rurale. Donc, il y a toujours des problèmes. Je ne sais pas, par rapport à cette question-là, on peut utiliser, bien sûr, même dans
We can use, of course, even in the cities.
à constater.
We're starting to observe that if we use the solar panels, we have connection problems. So if we use it if we don't use it in a good manner, there's fires that could happen. So women start to think that I cannot use this tool because this causes risks. And since you've started this project and started to create awareness, what are the mechanisms that you have undertaken so that women could access and accept the use of these tools? So if there is fire that's been caused by these tools, the women will be doubtful to use these tools. So what are the mechanisms that we can use on the grassroots level? Thank you very much.
Merci, Bibiche. I'll take one from the back.
Merci. Merci, Bibiche. Thank you very much.
Je suis commissaire paix et sécurité de African Youth Commission. Je voulais ajouter sur la discussion des intervenants qui étaient excellents, le poids que les femmes,
the burden that women bear. Because 2 months ago, a husband killed his wife because he came back from work and she couldn't cook for him. So he was frustrated. He had a knife and he killed his wife. So beyond the burden, the fact that we don't have sustainable solutions for cooking, there is the weight of insecurity, because every time we see at the family level the frustration of women, whether she says it or not, and the frustration of the man, whether he says it or not, this creates conflict, and this even affects children. And when children are affected, all the family and education is disrupted. And this can even lead to start community problems. So in certain communities, this can bring major problems because there are some families that are more representatives than others. So this is something that I have to mention in addition to your remarks.
Thank you so much.
Merci beaucoup, Madame modératrice, pour l'opportunité. Bienvenue dans votre deuxième maison en Éthiopie. Je suis Enoch d'Addis Ababa. Je suis le fondateur et le directeur exécutif d'une organisation civile de société qui travaille sur les jeunes et les femmes et où nous essayons de construire la génération future. Donc, j'aimerais apprécier les panélistes, mais je veux juste avoir et obtenir des clarités de ma sœur de l'Ouganda. J'apprécie vraiment votre implication au niveau de base parce que nous aussi, nous intervenants au niveau de base, nous connaissons les maux de tête dans l'accomplissement des projets. Donc, vous avez dit que nous n'avions pas obtenu beaucoup de soutien du gouvernement ou le gouvernement ne nous a pas laissé faire notre travail au niveau de base. Donc, ça veut dire que vous n'avez pas obtenu de soutien de votre gouvernement? Je vous prie de vous lever pour qu'on puisse vous voir. Ça veut dire que vous n'avez pas obtenu de soutien de votre gouvernement. Par exemple, le gouvernement est un des partis prenants pour la mise en œuvre. Donc, j'aimerais avoir de la clarité sur ça. Sur la cuisine propre au niveau de la mise en œuvre, est-ce que les communautés ont changé des méthodes traditionnelles vers des solutions plus propres? Et mon frère, vous avez évoqué que maintenant, la cuisiner maintenant fonctionne en Afrique. Mais le témoignage en Éthiopie, on utilise des cuisinières électriques, même dans les zones rurales. Mais ceci est dû aussi à différentes sources d'énergie. Et donc, comme en Afrique, nous avons beaucoup de ressources, même les Occidentaux nous appellent les montagnes de ressources. Donc, nous devons utiliser nos ressources existantes, que ce soit des ressources naturelles ou humaines. Donc, j'ai besoin de clarité. Vous dites que c'est très cher, mais je pense qu'on doit travailler sur nos ressources que nous avons à disposition. Donc, j'aimerais parler du document que FEMNET a lancé. Donc, j'aimerais bien juste ajouter que quelques-unes des thématiques sur lesquelles nous avons délibéré, c'était qu'il y avait le besoin de s'assurer que les femmes aient une place dans les décisions, surtout en s'éloignant de la dépendance coloniale. Nous avons parlé de s'assurer que les gouvernements redirigent les ressources publiques vers les moyens de subsistance des femmes, surtout dans l'énergie propre, et de mettre le leadership des femmes au centre et de s'éloigner de l'extraction, mais vers la régénération, s'assurer que ces projets-là soutiennent les femmes et la restauration des écosystèmes. Donc, je vais vous donner l'opportunité de répondre aux questions. Le poids que les femmes ont sur tout le travail qu'elles entreprennent. Donc, et je vais aussi vous demander de répondre à deux autres questions, celle de Enoch aussi, répondre à la question sur le problème des panneaux solaires et les questions de notre collègue Enoch. Et merci beaucoup pour vos positions. Merci beaucoup et d'être une audience active. Tout d'abord, nous avons besoin en tant qu'organisation, ce que nous faisons, nous créons une sensibilisation au niveau des communautés. Donc, le changement des états d'esprit pour les femmes au niveau de base. Vous ne pouvez pas juste dire aux femmes de couper, d'arrêter de couper les arbres. On ne peut pas leur dire d'arrêter d'utiliser paraffine en tant que façon traditionnelle d'illuminer nos maisons ou d'éclairer nos maisons. Donc, avec les ressources limitées que nous avons, et même celles qui sont limitées, même celles qui sont opérationnalisées, on trouve qu'il y a beaucoup de défis pour soutenir ces communautés avec ces alternatives. On a fait beaucoup d'autonomisation, beaucoup de changements d'état d'esprit. On a fait la sensibilisation publique sur l'amélioration des cuisines propres pour femmes. On a autonomisé une communauté avec ses gazinières améliorées, mais d'autres communautés aussi veulent essayer. Donc, plus de 1000 femmes dans leur communauté ont été touchées, mais seulement 30 femmes ont pu obtenir ces cuisines. Donc, essayons d'être des personnes qui entreprennent les actions, qui mettent en œuvre. Nous devons être des développeurs en tant que femmes au niveau des communautés, parce que nous connaissons les défis auxquels nous faisons face et nous devons utiliser toutes les solutions disponibles pour améliorer nos moyens de subsistance. Et mon frère de l'Éthiopie, oui, c'est vrai que nous n'obtenons pas beaucoup de soutien du gouvernement parce que
project, the East African crude oil pipeline project. And not because we don't want development, but what is development with destruction? So the government is calling us names like being anti-government because we are opposing their efforts in the construction of the pipeline. So we don't get support from government. But however, you find that as civil society organizations, to create the change we want, we cannot live out minus working hand in hand with government. So how do we engage them? We engage them through advocacy, like writing opinion articles, producing fact sheets, communiques, and petitions that are engaging the grievances, the challenges we are facing, and at the same time, the solutions that we need, we demand from them and from other development partners. We believe that in one way or the other, they don't respond to us, but they read our publications. And I have hope that they will finally see what we are talking about and recognize our efforts in this fight for a feminist, just energy transition. Thank you.
Yeah, no, thank you for the great questions. And I think, thank you so much for the first question around industrialization. I've done a disservice to myself. My actual day-to-day work is on minerals and green industrialization. So I should link these two things because first point, green industrialization on the continent is very patriarchal. And I think that's extremely important to remind ourselves. How we are understanding development on the continent is extremely patriarchal. We are speaking about electrical vehicles. Who here can afford an SUV worth $40,000? You know, and that's what they're talking about when they talk about minerals and industrialization. It is nonsense. And that's because it's a very patriarchal understanding of what development is. So how do we feminize green industrialization? It's speaking to what my dear mother here spoke about. How do we industrialize our stove, our electric cooking systems on the continent? How do we industrialize our electrical systems to ensure that there's actual adequate energy? So at the Africa Climate Summit that's coming up now, there are a lot of sessions also on green industrialization. We have to decolonize and feminize green industrialization on the continent. We're not about industrialization processes that speak to the needs of women. And I plead with you to really engage with them as much on that as possible. And also with the clean cooking thing, one of my biggest pet peeves, the biggest problem with clean cooking and why it's a women issue is because men do not cook. And that pisses me off. You know, my best friend who happens to be my wife, you know, we try, we alternate on a daily basis, you know. This is a small thing I'm doing, but why I think it's important is this. How I got into this space and understanding these necessities is because I cook. Our men, our government leaders do not cook. So when they think of clean cooking, it's the truth. It's the truth. So how can a person who has not cooked for 50 years, be it because he has a wife or because he has a cook, speak about clean cooking? It is wrong. It is wrong because you'll never die from gas. You'll never die from biomass because the logic is very patriarchal. So let's also have that conversation with our leaders to say, when was the last time you cooked? So do not speak about clean cooking if you have not cooked in the last 3 months. Simple and straightforward, right? Which leads to you, my brother from Ethiopia. Thank so much for that point around electrical cooking. And I think this is a definition issue. I support electrical cooking because I want a stove with electricity that comes from the Great Renaissance Dam. And what I love of the Great Renaissance Dam, something that's not talked about, 10% of that dam was funded by bonds from Ethiopian people who helped support that renewable energy dam. That's what I speak about public goods. The dam is supporting Ethiopia and the rest of the region with accessing electricity. That is what we want. So I'm not speaking against electric cooking per se. I'm speaking about the idea of an electrical stove, which is not supported by public goods and an electrical system to ensure that it is sustainable. And I hope that helps. Thank you.
All right, so we are winding up. So the 6 key asks, and Anne mentioned 3 asks. My colleagues have two each. One that he mentioned was engage the leaders in the 8 or so clean cooking events and ask them these questions. And I would love to see someone ask them, when was the last time you cooked? I mean, if you've not cooked in the last 3 months, why are you responding to? Right. But there's something else I just want to finish with. In the cover decision for, was it COP28, they talked about 2 things, renewable energy capacity ×3, right? Renewables. And they also talked about something else called energy efficiency, which we don't talk about. So when my sister talked about when you talked about the exploding solar and the like, this is something we need to really think about as a continent. These are aspects of energy efficiency, right? So do we know about the standards for cook stoves? Do we know about the standards for efficient appliances? Do we know about the standards for fuels? If we don't know about these standards, then we'll also continue I mean, private sector will always want to make a profit. And one thing that they do is they bring in appliances and equipment that are, nearing their end of life, meaning this is sometimes a second-hand appliance. Sometimes they will also bring an appliance that's really, really, inefficient. Some of them even have factories where they make these appliances. We're talking about cook stoves and the like. They have the high-end appliances, which apply to markets that are highly advanced, right? Or highly regulated. And then they have appliances for other areas on the continent. And what's important is for us to also understand that even as we push for clean cooking and clean cooking solutions and e-cooking and all of these, we need to also think about the standards that around these appliances and make sure we're not getting the raw end of the stick, because an appliance can be $40 or 4,000 Kenya shillings that come from Kenya, but you'll find that the real value is 2,000 or 1,500 Kenya shillings. We also have to question those things. So that ask around energy efficiency is also for us now to think about appliance energy efficiency and how we can ensure that we are not getting the raw end of the stick. And so with that, folks, we want to stop this panel. We thank you very much for we thank actually the panelists very much, very insightful, very warm. We missed 2 panelists, but I feel like we did well. And also thank you for the questions that you already asked and the issues around industrialization. So we thank you all as we end this panel.
ሰላም በአማርኛ ትራንስሌት ተደርጎ መስማት የምትፈልጉ በዛ ሳይድ ስለሆነ ያለው ይሄንን በመውሰድ ትራንስሌሽኑን በአማርኛ መስማት እንችላለን። በአማርኛ ጥያቄዎች ላንጉዌጁን መስማት የምንፈልግ ሰዎች ካለን አናውንስ ላድርግ ብዬ ነው። አመሰግናለሁ።
Thank you very much. African women. When do you want it? And if you don't get it, thank you so much. And the panelists, indeed, I really love that question. When was the last time you cooked? And we'll build on that as we get into the next session, which is looking at the finance part of it, financing gender responsive climate action. And maybe
I'm going to, use that question from a finance perspective here, and maybe ask us, when was the last time? No, we spent money, and it was on what? So when was the last time we spent money? Today, right? So you see, this session is the one that affects all of us, because every day we spend money. Okay, so on that note, I'm going to call the moderator for the session, who is no other person than Tricia. Where is Tricia Abwule? Thank you, Tricia. So I'm handing on the mic to you so that you can bring to the stage your panelists. Thank you, Tricia.
Thank you. Hi, everyone. Good afternoon. I'm sure you're looking forward to spend more money, so let's talk about how you'll spend the money for the next days. Thank you so much for joining us. The next session will be looking at climate finance and entirely looking at what kind of finance are we getting, who is dictating how much, but also unearthing who is in charge of the climate crisis. Why were we here? Who led us here anyway? And from looking at who led us here, we might now need to unearth the current financial architecture. And with me, I have a variety of speakers who are going to help us analyze this logic, of course, acknowledging that, and also to welcome you from Banku. I know it had a bittersweet moment, but also it had a lot of scuffles here and there and a lot of promises. And maybe we also need to look at promising financial promises as a forced solution, and acknowledging why are we constantly entering boardrooms to hear promises over and over again that never really materialize. So the $1.3 trillion, we need to look into it and see, is it a promise or is it a false solution or a false promise in itself? So allow me introduce my speakers for today. I'll have with me someone from PACJA, and that is none other than Tracy. Tracy, son, if you're around, please join me up here. Thank you. The next speaker will be Christine Kandile from Endoris Indigenous Women Empowerment Network. If you're around, kindly join me. The next speaker will be from the Gates Foundation. And we'll also have a speaker, none other than Raisa Cole from Climate and Environmental Governance Lead, Democracy Works and Foundation of the F20. Yes, please, just join me. And lastly, we'll have a speaker from, forgive me if I pronounce the name wrong, Selem Mwait and Adnew, from Action Aid Ethiopia. Okay, so thank you for coming. It's no longer lonely up here, so I'm glad. I'll begin with Tracy to paint us a big picture, really looking at the current global financial architecture, and also a small analysis of what happened last year in COP, but also looking at all the conversations we've had since the year began, and what the current global financial architecture looks like, and also reflecting on our potential benefits, what are those opportunities we can leverage on next week during the climate week, and also the challenges that are presented for a gender responsive climate financing. Over to you.
Thank you, Tricia. Hello, everyone.
It's great to be among the women, the comrades. You know, when we talk of finance, I think really sometimes we always feel that when we go to the negotiations, it's all about money. And yesterday we were actually, you know, we had an assembly of non-state actors. And one issue that was raised was, you know, there is a point where some feel that we are becoming beggars, you know, to say, please give us money, give us money. Are we feeling like that? Do we feel like that? So now when we talk of this, the finance mechanisms that we have, you know, just looking at the history, I don't want to go far, but from the 1 billion that was pledged, which even was extended and nothing ever materialized, now we are talking of 3 billion. Are we gonna get anything? We are talking of 3 billion. And then also we are talking of additional funding of maybe 1.3 trillion from other sources. And then also, you know, you look at the loss and damage fund also. There are pledges that have been made on the loss and damage fund. We are looking at 788 billion for loss and damage. So now what does it mean for us? What lessons have we learned over the years? What are we seeing? Can we really point out any success stories? Have we received enough for our climate actions at the national level as grassroots women? Do we feel that we have made any progress in negotiating for more funding? At the national level, how does our budget look like? Do we engage in sessions, in discussions on finance at the national level? What opportunities are there for us at the national level to even shape the budgets during national planning? Because that's what then goes, you know, it comes from the global to the national level. Do we have space to influence policy? Are we reinventing the wheel with, you know, increasing the monies and not getting anything from it? Anything significant? Yeah. The various financing mechanisms, you know, we keep on coming up with new financing mechanisms. Have we looked into how they incorporate gender issues? And they say gender equality is economic smart. You know, if you don't empower the women, how do you expect then to ensure that that women access finance for her climate actions, you know? And that woman is the one who understands her community, her resources quite well. We've just been talking about cook stoves, you know. If I don't have access to finance, how will I ensure that my family has access to food? Of course, there have been some significant, like I said, global financing mechanisms because of that recognition that, of course, we need gender equality. But also you find that there are still gaps that we need to address. Opportunities do exist. Opportunities I'll put in brackets because I was also asking about the lessons that we have learned. How much have we achieved, you know? Off-grid solutions that we keep on referring to, are they meaningful for us? You know, when they talked of cook stoves, it really touched me because during the clean development mechanism, you know, funding, we accessed some fund in Botswana. I'm from Botswana. And what we did, we tested about 100 cook stoves. We gave the women the stoves. And then we came back after a month. About 70% of the women, they used maybe the stove once, or some didn't even use it, and then they just shelved the stoves. So this is the technology that we are bringing to the women, and the women don't embrace that technology. So of course, the financing mechanisms are there, they're coming up. We keep on bringing new money in, but does it work for us, especially at the Africa level, the grassroots level? How much do we even understand some of the climate actions that we sit here and design for the grassroots women? Of course, we can say we are bringing the finance. You know, I've given women solar panels for their businesses, but how much have I empowered them to understand the impact of that off-grid solar panel? So we may say we have brought in finance, but is it working for the women? What significant change are we seeing? Of course, the UNFCCC decisions, they do support gender integration. The Paris Agreement overall supports, you know, even when the whole NDC started, there was a lot of pledges on mitigation to consider gender, but we are still seeing the gaps, and I'll still go back to the gaps. The financing mechanisms are there. So what do we do now? How do we ensure that they respond well to the needs of the women? How do we ensure there is empowerment of women as we do so, as we channel the funding? The 7.88 million that has been pledged for loss and damage. Yesterday, we actually talking about Malawi. Malawi, after what happened with the cyclone, they needed 700 million to recover. And currently, loss and damage fund had 788 million. So who are you going to give and who are you going to leave out? And they're still trying to work on the climate, on the finance mobilization strategy. On one hand, it means we still have a gap. We still haven't addressed women, although we are saying we are raising or building capacity on impacts on women. But at the same time, there is a gap. There is an opportunity also for us to fully take part as women sitting here. As we go to Belém, there is an opportunity to influence that space. When we look into developing that strategy, this is something that we need to fully engage in. Make sure that gender consideration it's there, it reflects well in the loss and damage mobilization strategy. The whole finance mechanisms for adaptation and mitigation, they still need, or they are yet to develop, to deliver on women empowerment. We are still missing the link. We want to see that link. And you know, there is a lot that is happening at the national level. Countries are revising their policies, and NDCs are being revised. How many of us are taking part in the revision of their NDCs? For those who have already started? 1, 2, 4, 5, 6. Thank you for your efforts. So these are the space that we need to occupy. Let us be seen. We need to be seen. We need to sit in these platforms. And I sit in the National Climate Change Committee. I'm the deputy to our, the deputy chair to the permanent secretary of Ministry of Environment. And they asked me to do a stock take of our national adaptation plan, or the NAP process, and also do a bit of learning from other countries. So I did a bit on South Africa, I did a bit on Zimbabwe. And you know, it's painful to realize that even on our national adaptation plans, of course, we are still progressing. We are still, for South Africa, they are now working on sector-specific NAPs. Zimbabwe is also progressing in that way. They've developed their NAP. But for Botswana and South Africa, we are missing the gender component in our NAP process. It's not clear. With Zimbabwe, they already made a bit of progress, and they are working on a gender nap. So now, this is where we need to focus. This is where we need to take advantage, because sitting in Belém and trying to negotiate, we still miss that, the link from Belém to the national level. We need to influence at the national level. And that's how we can only build it. And that's how we can only influence these finance mechanisms. We may all go to Belém, and then what afterwards? Let's create the space for ourselves and sit in this policy development, where we are developing the policies at the national level, because this is where money is negotiated. And this is where we are able to even track. Right now, sitting here, we cannot even track. There's not even enough data to track how much finance has gone to for gender. For our NDCs, even for loss and damage, we don't even have enough data. We know there is cyclone there, but at the end of the day, how many women have been affected specifically? Disaggregated data that can even help us to channel the right funds to those women, so that we can understand what kind of help these women require. Do we have that information? No, we don't have it yet. But already we are moving towards the finance, the mobilization strategy. So what is going to inform that? So these are projects that from here, please, let's look. These are, the low-hanging fruits that we can take advantage of. Let me not say much. Let me give her the school.
Thank you. And I'm glad you began to talk about by giving us a big picture about the current climate finance architecture. But just to add is to say that our current global financial architecture still works within the old systems of operation that have always hindered us from accessing all the international finances that require reparation, but also restoration of our environment. But also to say that we still work in a system that is very colonially designed. And when you look at the international financial architecture, it is the same architecture operating the current climate financing. And when we are looking at our architectures, we therefore have to always historize and reimagine and also theorize what that looks like, but also look at alternatives of what that will always look like for us as Africans who are experiencing a lot of the lived realities of the repercussions. So through our long histories and our continued history, anyway, continued experiences of the present on our colonial history, we should be able to, be able to look at the global south as a site of humanity. So when we are looking at climate justice, we shouldn't take away the bodies of the people living on that side, but also look at them as part of the ecosystem. And therefore, in decolonizing this, we must also address who is theorizing, who is defining, and who is saying what we should do. So just like the conversation on clean cooking, I think rather than have, I was joking around where I seated that the question that was posed of when did you last cook, we should also be, when we are sitting in global north spaces where they are telling us already alternatives and it's one of the clean cooking, we should be able to also ask, when did you last, what kind of cooking do you use? So that we know what are you trying to push towards the people that are living in this theory. So without further ado, we do know that climate financing is both public and private, but also to acknowledge that every $10, 10 United States dollars, only 1% reaches the indigenous communities. So turning my mind back to my panelists from the indigenous group of Edoris, just to give us a picture of what are those lived realities of the communities there, and telling us how what kind of impact the communities or continuously are experiencing due to the injustice that we have caused in the climate crisis. So, but also looking at how can we make climate financing reach? How can we defy the analogy of only $1 out of 10 reaching the communities that are most impacted? So over to you. Okay, so since Christine is not around, I will now give it the philanthropic side. Looking at, I have two panelists that are from the philanthropy side. So just looking at climate financing and unearthing what is actually financed, who defines who access, the people that access financing, but also looking at how philanthropy is evolving in their approaches to gender responsive climate financing in Africa, but also the current context where there's reduced support to gender initiatives, and also looking at the current environment of how a lot of gender responsive actions are being unfinanced, so to say, or are receiving a lot of pushback because of the growing move of the anti-gender movement, and how we can work towards regrowing that trust and also regrowing that that foundation. So I'll begin with you, Maria, from Gates Foundation.
Yeah, thank you very much for the question, and thank you, the organizers, for inviting the Gates Foundation to participate in this very relevant conversation. So let me give you a little bit of context in terms of the work that we do, and then address your questions. One of our key aspirations, and we all in the Gates Foundation are working really hard to be able to achieve that, is to, with partners, help to get people out from poverty. So it's one of the 3 key things that the foundation is going to be doing in the following 20 years. The reason that I'm mentioning this is because we truly believe that one of the most efficient ways to achieve that objective is to work in the agricultural sector. We believe that there are a lot of multiplication impacts that one gets, and especially in a continent such as Africa, by bringing innovation to the agricultural sector. And this is why we are working full speed in terms of accelerating innovation that can benefit especially small-scale producers in sub-Saharan Africa. Now, one thing that is happening in terms of this pathway is that climate change, obviously, it's becoming each day more an obstacle to get that objective of agricultural development in sub-Saharan Africa. And this is relevant because what we are seeing is that these impacts, especially in terms of climate variability, are having a huge impact in vulnerable populations, especially women in the continent. So women are being hit hardest because of these climate shocks. But at the same time, what we have been seeing, and we have a lot of evidence on that, is that women in Africa, in the agricultural sector, and in general in food systems, are part of the solution to accelerate this innovation and to respond to these climate challenges. So somehow, the way that we see change happening in order to get out from poverty, to get people out from poverty, is to really see how the role that women agri-food systems play in terms of bringing the solutions. And if you think about numbers, it is really easy to make the case. In agri-food systems, including on-farm and off-farm in the African continent, is almost 50%, even more than 50% in Africa. If the innovations that we are bringing into the sector do not consider what women need, then you are missing half of your targeted population. So if you are serious about building these innovations, keeping in mind what women need, then you are going to be able to speak to this large of the population, and these women are the ones that are going to be able to bring the solutions, to bring agricultural development to the continent, and to bring people and to lift people out from poverty. So what we are emphasizing in terms of the work that we are doing is not just women as recipients of climate finance. Of course, we need more finance for women in the agricultural sector. But more than that is that they are the ones that are going to fix this problem. They are the ones that are innovating, and we have plenty of examples in the continent, and they are the ones that are bringing the solutions. And this is why it is so important in the conversations that are happening this week and thinking about COP30 and thinking about the negotiations in terms of the gender plan, in terms of the global goal on adaptation, that we are very explicit about the need to bring climate finance to women, not only because it's fair, not only because they deserve it, but because if this does not happen, we are not going to be able to address the climate challenge in the continent. So they are the ones that are bringing the solutions. And therefore, this is why we are emphasizing so much in terms of being explicit about having gender budgets in climate finance. So having a line for gender in climate finance. Mobilizing resources directly to women-led and grassroots organizations. Being very intentional about that. And then using these conversations, using this momentum, using these networks to have the right kind of engagement in COP30 so that it can become a turning point, so that we really mainstream gender into climate finance. Again, as an opportunity, as an economic opportunity, not only because women are the ones that are suffering the most because of climate shocks, but because they are going to be the ones that are bringing the solutions. So we still have a long way to go. And perhaps just to bring an example from the way that we think about this in the foundation, and the foundation is totally committed to this gender responsive finance. But what we are seeing is in all of our projects, we are including budgets for really assessing what are the needs that women have. So we work, for instance, a lot in terms of digital solutions in the agricultural sector because we believe that this can accelerate innovation. But at the same time, what we are saying is that how we are building these digital solutions, how is artificial intelligence that now everybody's talking about, and that there's a lot of finance for that. How are they contemplated what women need? How we are making sure that we are not increasing the gap between men and women with these digital tools. And this includes understanding when, for instance, to deliver the information through these digital tools. This includes understanding how many women do have access to cellular phones. How do we use other ways of communicating this information? So tailoring these innovations so that they respond to the needs of women, it's what it's needed. And you need budget to do that. So you need to go an extra step. You need to understand how to address vulnerable populations with these innovations, indigenous peoples, young people, women. If you deliver innovation without keeping in mind what are the real needs, what we have seen again and again is that these solutions are not fit for purpose, and they are not going to generate impact in terms of increasing the incomes and improving the livelihoods of these vulnerable populations. I'll just end up with saying one more thing, which is we have done a lot of evaluations, the Gates Foundation, in relation to this. What we have seen is that part of the problem is that there's a huge gender gap in terms of agricultural productivity. So even though women in Africa, there are 50% of the workforce in the agricultural systems, they produce 24 less food and they get 20% less income than men. And why does this happen? Because they don't have access to land, because they don't have access to extension systems or services, because they don't have access to irrigation. So we need to think about how to go, and we need to allocate resources and budgets so that we understand how to overcome these barriers, these fundamental barriers that are preventing women from accessing solutions, these innovations, and benefiting from them. So bottom line, if you remember anything in terms of what I just said, what I want to emphasize is that women are part of the solution. And if we don't allocate finance that works for women in the agricultural sector, we are never going to be able to address the climate challenge in agri-food systems, and we are not going to be able to lift out people from poverty in the African continent.
Thank you so much, Maria, for that. And I'll be coming back to you, but I'll quickly pass it on to Reis. But before I come to you, I think as we move on to the next, I think we should also be thinking around, and I like that you've brought in the conversation around food, but looking at, for example, and let me use Kenya as a case study, yeah, and around food and the Gates Foundation, but looking at the impact of innovation of agriculture and looking at how the effect has been patenting indigenous food and the effect of that on women as caretakers, but also the precarity of women workers in the agribusiness, and how the Gates Foundation is trying to find solution to that. Because if the solution is to innovate and create patent over food, then it sort of becomes part of the problem rather than healing the problem. But also looking at further on some of the other things that the Gates Foundation is also looking into. And I'll still use Kenya as a case study. Where I come from Uganda. We always joke that Kenya was the biggest colonial project, mostly for the East Africa region, which is true because of the direction. And now the current government is not helping any less on the rumors. But looking at also the effect of privatization, and I think also Reis, you'll come in on that, and to also give the philanthropic side of the current climate financing.
And you said earlier about kind of the climate financing space being almost embedded within a broader financing reality and a historical reality of kind of colonialism. I think it's very important for us to really recognize that and to kind of carry that with us over the next week through the Africa Climate Summit, just when we have the conversation about kind of climate justice and how financing value chains actually are perpetuating climate injustices. So I think in this current moment of bilateral kind of aid reduction and disruption, and in some cases, completely removal, a lot of focus has been put on philanthropies to kind of fill that gap. And I think it's very clear that philanthropies don't have the capacity, and even where the capacity exists, they don't have the appetite to fill that gap. And what is actually needed, or say philanthropies do obviously have a role within the climate finance value chain, and that role tends to be within providing more flexible kind of core funding, providing more kind of risk, de-risking kind of tools, and providing catalytic funding. But in terms of meeting this massive funding gap that is being left by the reduction in ODA, really we need to be looking somewhere else. And where we need to be looking is actually really raising domestic capital. And there's two ways that we can do that. The one is that we need to really push for taxing the super rich. We need to make it very clear that Africa is not a tax haven for corporations and the super rich, including those individuals who are providing endowments to philanthropies. The second thing is that there must be no more tax debt for development. And debt needs to be scrapped. And if not, for a purely basic moral argument, then at least for reparations. And so philanthropy does have a role to play, but I don't think we need to look to philanthropy as our kind of, you know, new messiahs to replace ODA. Oh, is it on? Yeah, so, no? It's okay, I can just speak to it. Yeah. Yeah, so there are kind of three key moments that we have to almost understand or look back to when understanding the current philanthropic response to calls by feminist movements and intersectional environmentalist movements for kind of more intersectional environmentalism, and then also to understand how kind of it's responding to this reduction in ODA. So the first is, you know, we can start with kind of the global financial crisis of 2008, where philanthropies were really not that involved in climate finance. If you look at the overall kind of grant giving, it was really almost like less than 2%. And in the response to kind of reduction in their own endowments and a reduction in household giving to philanthropies, foundations really try to provide this like short-term contingency funding or kind of short-term operational costs and short-term emergency funding to organizations that were being affected. And we're seeing a lot of that kind of model of funding from our members as Foundations 20 within this current kind of reduction of ODA moment. Sorry, I have a lot of notes. Then we moved into this 2015, 2020 kind of glorious moment for climate finance that we can almost refer to as the Paris Agreement era. And it's important to note, obviously, that 20 to 25% of that funding or those pledges were going to adaptation, which is where most gender-focused programming exists. And so in response to that, philanthropies were really starting to kind of hear the call from feminist movements working in the climate space to develop more kind of intersectional programming. And there was a big boom in kind of gender plus climate grant mechanisms during this time. But maybe just, and then that funding kind of took the form of, you know, this gender lens programming, but also there was a lot of investment in kind of pooled funds where philanthropies were really trying to work together to kind of meet some of these kind of funding commitments that were being set. Then we had obviously this 2020 kind of COVID pandemic moment where we saw then climate and gender-focused philanthropy dipping again because it was channeled into health security issues. And as a response, and I think this is one of the benefits of philanthropy, is that it can be quite agile in responding to kind of emerging priorities. And so in response to this kind of diversion of funds into health during the COVID recovery period, we really saw a lot of gender movements and kind of feminist organizations, including climate mainstreaming into their programming in order to stay relevant, but also to kind of like celebrate this tradition of women movements throughout history in kind of deeply understanding the intersectionality of struggles. And so in this 2025 moment, we're seeing kind of three major ways that philanthropy is kind of drawing on the lessons over the last, let's say, 8 years, and using those lessons to kind of invest in more flexible and participatory kind of grant-making mechanisms. And I would really urge all the feminist movements in the room here today to work with your philanthropic funders, because obviously without you, they wouldn't exist. There's no point for the existence without the movements that they support. And so you have a very powerful voice in kind of defining grant-making mechanisms and kind of advocating for more participatory grant-making. And at least with the organizations within the F20 network that are very active, there has been a kind of increased appetite for more participatory grant-making methods. The other kind of major trend is this kind of catalytic and blended finance models that philanthropy is being called on to support more and more. And I think it's very important for us to look at kind of philanthropy's role within this climate finance value chain. And I don't know, our power shift brother was talking about this kind of de-risking trap that we're in. And I think this focus on kind of de-risking and catalytic finance that philanthropies can provide, on the one hand, it obviously creates a lot of opportunity for feminist movements to work with philanthropies to inform kind of climate finance value chains and the types of priorities and gendered data and all of that kind of comes in at the very foundation of climate investments. But on the other hand, it is de-risking, or it is creating a kind of path dependency that private capital is the kind of trajectory for climate finance, you know? And so I think we need to look very critically at whether this kind of catalytic role of philanthropy should be focused on de-risking for the private sector, or whether it's an opportunity for kind of de-risking public finance projects. The other space that's quite interesting also, and that's growing more and more, that philanthropy is investing in, is kind of safety, legal and rapid response funding. And I think that's very important for kind of meeting this gap in kind of humanitarian response. But I think it's another space that feminist movements really need to be involved in very intimately, in terms of how that response looks and kind of what that emergency funding is going towards. Yeah, I think that's all I had to say. Oh, yeah. So, I mean, just to kind of summarize, I think it's important to know like what the actual role of philanthropy is in the financing value chain, to understand its limitations, and to not necessarily look at philanthropy as kind of the savior now, but to really use this kind of funding gap as a moment to build domestic capital, and to do that through progressive tax systems and debt scrapping.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Reyes. And I like the aspect that you bring in around wealth taxations. And of course, I'd want to go deeper into that and what that will mean for climate financing. But also, when we talk about wealth taxations, who are we looking at? Of course, trying to unearth and also to cure the illicit financial flow disease that is really affecting the continent, because as we are currently, we know that over 480 something is lost in, is continuously lost in illicit financial flows through the REACH projects on the continent. But something that, as I go to the next speaker, but something that I'll come back to you on will be there's the question that you raised that we can't rely on global philanthropies and not to entirely put our reliance on them. But it is also a question that when we come into the conversation around reparations, then acknowledging that a lot of these philanthropies are the same people who are owning a lot of the polluting systems. How do we then have the conversations with them around reparations, which then brings us to grant-based financing rather than loans? But my other thought is on the rapid response and emerging funding that you've pulled us to look at. And just to quickly say that the banner behind says system change, not climate change. I do know that a lot of philanthropic foundations have moved to rapid response and emergency rather than systematic change responses, funding. So just to take your mind on that, to say, yes, it is nice, but why should we always come after the fact when something has happened to respond to an emergency rather than curing a system that we all know has been very, very deteriorating towards the African community. I'll go now to the last speaker from ActionAid. Thank you for being here. So just to look at our collective call and looking at what must we do, but also acknowledging that right now on the African continent, a lot of financing is being substituted to military financing. How do we call our governments next week out on that? Because looking back to the case of Kenya, our biggest colonial project, last year during the protests, how much money was then, because they doubled in on their military financing. But even just looking at like Sudan and looking at Congo and the wars that are happening, and how a lot of the global landscape is leaning towards more of, which we know is accountable for a lot of the pollution that is happening in the current state that we are in, but also to give us hope on and looking at the examples at the national on climate financing mechanisms that do indeed deliver gender responsive actions, and also the women-led organizations and feminist advocates and groups in the global south, and what our collective action should be towards ensuring access to climate financing for a gender responsive system.
Okay. Thank you, Teresa. Thank you for the opportunity to share my thoughts in this powerful space. Before I start, I want to recognize the presence of the women that we work with in the communities who have traveled more than 500 kilometers just to be here, because this is from ground to global, from ground to global. Yeah. Yeah, let's see you. Powerful women from Semin Bint, El Fatah, AMwA. Yeah. Thank you so much. This is your space. You're most welcome. So just to reflect on some of the points, maybe just to start with a background of what we do as ActionAid Ethiopia in line with climate change mitigation and adaptation. We focus on resilient livelihoods. And that's what we do is increasing the knowledge and skills of women in agroecology, for them to have understanding of climate resilient, sustainable agriculture. In the different works that we do, we introduce them to clean energy alternatives. And beyond that, we also want them to involve in different policy conversations that impact them at different levels. So as we have been seeing in the past panel discussion and the different presentations that we have, women are at the front, being very vulnerable to climate change. And as different calamities that we have, be it human-made or natural disasters, women are facing the most impact. They're being exposed to GBV, they're being exposed to exploitation, abuse, and unwanted coping mechanisms by being exposed to illegal migration so that they can sustain their families. So coming to climate finance, that's where actions are financed. So we need to invest on their resilient livelihood, empowerment, and women's safety. We should not see climate actions in silo. It should be seen all rounded. It should be holistic. The interventions that we plan with the climate finance should be holistic and bringing about comprehensive change in the lives of women that we talk about. And when we say this, what we mean is we need to make sure that these investments are being made on the practical needs of women. We need to make sure that these investments are going to clean water, to availing clean water supplies to these women, to availing clean energy. We have to say no to energy poverty. Women need to have access. My brother was previously speaking on how energy should be a public good. That's something that we should really take on. We need to consider their nutrition. We need to think about childcare and other practical issues that these women are facing because of their close relations with the environment and because their livelihoods are heavily depending on the environment that they are living in. The other thing is that I'm focusing on these scalable interventions, and we need to make sure also that our interventions and actions are context specific, because the women, the challenges that women are facing in Kenya or in Sudan, in Djibouti, they're not similar. Even in Ethiopia, the context is different. We have different ecology. And so in planning for actions, in planning for scalable actions, we need to zoom in to the specific context that these women are living in. We need to consider the agrarian community as well as the pastoralists. And going back again to the strategic needs, women need to be involved at different levels in the conversations that are about them. Because as we always say, nothing for us without us, right? Nothing for us without us. So at different levels in conversations relating to climate change mitigation, adaptation, women should be in those spaces, sharing their views, their perspectives, and so that they can be informing the policies and strategies. They should consider their priorities and needs, and these policies should be implemented and also monitored. Yeah, so there are also some things that we cannot avoid. There are issues of disasters happening everywhere. Because of heavy rains, we've been facing flooding in different parts of Ethiopia this year and the previous year. So in this also, women should be spearheading and leading the responses in this regard. And we also need to plan our interventions considering the humanitarian development peace nexus in all our work. So these are things that I want to talk about. And coming to the advocacy agendas, I want to repeat, I will not get tired of repeating these. We should not settle for loans. We want quality, flexible finance for climate change adaptation and mitigation work. And as I mentioned earlier, climate change adaptation mitigation, it's not something that should be dealt with in a silo. It should be comprehensive, and it should be also focusing on women economic empowerment, their safety and well-being in general. And the budget, the financing should also follow in that regard. And as part of the gender action plan as well, there should be investments in evidence gathering, generation, learning among countries, south to south, solidarity building, should be focused on. And another note on advocacy for national level and across levels actually is we should call upon all stakeholders who are stewards of climate finance for them to be accountable and transparent on this climate finance. And there has to be a system of tagging and tracking all the activities, all the actions that are being planned so that they are going and reaching the most who are in need. We need to be inclusive. When we say women, we're not talking about a homogeneous group. We're talking about those with disabilities. We're talking about those in poverty. We're talking about those who are facing the highest impact because of climate change, because of poverty and other different intersecting factors. So my message also to our local stakeholders, the CRGE, who's the Climate Resilient Green Economy Facility, who has the mandate of these climate finances, they should be practicing the Ministry of Finance developed a toolkit for gender responsive budgeting so that all the actions and activities that are being planned for climate change adaptation and mitigation are really reaching those who are most in need and addressing their priorities. I want to say dignity and power to African women. Thank you.
Thank you. People really clap for you in feminist space. I think I'll first take some questions, 1 or 2, 3, and then we can have our speakers respond, as well as respond to the few reflections. I don't know who can help me with the mic. Juliet. Okay. It's here. There is Azib.
Thank you for raising the very important issue on financing, gender responsive financing. I just want to reflect 2 points. First, how the NDCs or all climate-related policies are gender responsive or responsive. I got an opportunity to participate in reviewing the NDC of NDC2 of Ethiopia because Ethiopia is currently developing NDC3. So, you know, what I realize is that there were context analysis that starts the document from the context analysis. It doesn't take into consideration the challenges of women. When it analyzes the whole context, it is general analysis from socio-economic problems or environmental. So what I want to say is that the context analysis should be specifically mentioned gender issues, how the roles and contributions of women and the girls in economic activity, especially in agriculture. Yes, they have significant role and contribution in agriculture. That is the main source of food security, but their contribution is not recognized. How they are affected by different inequalities, social inequalities, by the climate change, even in accessing resources, as you said, and even how these challenges are aggravated by conflicts. I have got an opportunity to review how the agricultural system or how climate change is affecting the agricultural responsibility of women in Tigray Aksum region. So it is highly aggravated by the climate change and conflict. The women who were accessing different agricultural support, even if it was minimal, not sufficient, is affected by conflict, climate change, everything. So it starts the analysis, context analysis, or problem analysis, have to start from or it has to be gender, take into consideration the gender perspective. Thank you very much. One point also, the productivity issue. Farmers, it says enhancing farmers. Who are the farmers? 50%, more than 50% of the agricultural workforce are women. But it says about general farmers, which mostly focused on male farmers. Thank you.
Eric, so please, you could wear your interpretation.
እድል ስለተሰጠኝ እጅግ አድርጌ አመሰግናለሁ። እኔ የመጣው ከሰሜን ቤንች ወረዳ ከቲሹ ቀበሌ ነው። ያው በአየር ንብረት ለውጥ በተመለከተ እኛ ጋር ያው ብዙ በአየር የተነሳው ያው የተጎዳን ያለን ነው ማስረዳው። አየር እኛ ጋር ያው ሲመጣ እንትና በጠፋበት የቦታ የአየር እንትን የሚተክልበት አቮካዶ፣ ማንጎ የተመሳሰሉት አንዳንዶች የሚተክልበት ቦታ ባጠን የተነሳ ያው ቤታችንን ገንጥሎ ነው የሚወስደው። አየር ሲመጣ ከዝናብ ጋር ያው በጣም ነው የሚያስቸግረን። ከዛን በምግብ በተመለከተ ያው ምግብን ዝናብ ምናምን ሲዘንብ ስንነቅል ስንሄድ ያው ጎደሬ ነው አብስለን ምንበላ። ከዛን ሂደን ያው ዝናብ የዘነበ ልንነቅል ስንሄድ በጣም አየርን እዛ ውስጥ ያስቸግረናል። እንግዲህ በዛ የተነሳ መተን በራብን እናድራለን። ያው ፕሮጀክቶችም ታች ሂደው ወደ ታች ሂደው እኛም ብንመለከት
lors de nos récoltes et parfois nous passons des périodes sans manger parce que
Okay, thank you. My name is Godwin Tanda. I really want to thank the panelists. I just have something to say about what is going on as far as climate finance is concerned. There are numerous promising grassroots initiatives led by women that aim to reduce the impacts of climate change and promote sustainable energy practices. However, many of these efforts remain small scale due to limited access to financial resources needed for scaling and replication. To address this gap, the Cameroon Climate Finance Action, a consortium of about 20 organizations led by Women for Change Cameroon, is developing a feminist climate finance manual. This initiative seeks to enhance awareness, build skills of grassroots actors, particularly women, to effectively access and utilize climate finance. The question is, how much of this climate finance is available to grassroots women? The manual is being piloted for Central African sub-region. To maximize its impact, the manual requires full financial support to incorporate a multi-dimensional approach. This includes refining the contents, ensuring accessible and user-friendly, and implementing a training of trainers model to ensure widespread dissemination and practical application. So now my question is, what is being done to get the voices of rural women heard in circumstances or situations of negotiators bringing up these ideas to the fore? Are we trying to support some of these women to make their voices heard at COP30? How and what are some of the efforts we are bringing to the fore to ensure localizing the concept of climate finance, ensuring inclusivity, and also monitoring domestic and or foreign climate finance flow? Thank you.
እድሉን ለተሰጠኝ አመሰግናለሁኝ። እኔ የመጣሁት ከወንዶ ገነት ጎሻ ነው። ስሜ ሙሉወርቅ ኃይሉ ይባላል። እኛ ጋር ደግሞ ወንዶ ገነት የምንጠቀመው በብዛት በእንጨት ነው፣ በማገዶ ነው። ማገዶ ያው ምን ያክል ችግር እንደሚፈጠር ህዝቡ ያውቃል። እንጨት እንተክላለን፣ መልሶ ደግሞ ሰው እየቆረጠ ለማገዶ ይጠቀማል። ምክንያቱም የሚጠቀምበት አማራጭ ስለሌለው ነው ማለት ነው። አሁን አምና ላይ በጣም ወንዝ አካባቢ ላይ የብዙ ሰው ቤት ነው በጎርፍ የተወሰደው ማለት ነው። እኔ እንደውም ቤቴን ትቼ ለ2 ወር ያህል እየለመንኩኝ ከራሴም ከሌላውም ልብስ ሁሉ እየለመንኩ 50 ብር 10 ብር እየለመንኩኝ ነው ብዙ እርዳታ ያደረኩት ወደ 50-60 ሰዎችን እርዳታ በማድረግ ለተማሪዎች ደብተር በትምህርት ቤትም በየሌላው በየቀበሌ እየለማመንኩኝ እየሰጠሁኝ እና እንደዛ ያደረኩኝ ብዙ ቆይቻለሁኝ። እንጨት የሚቆረጠው ተቸግረው ነው። አሁን እንደዚህ አይነት አማራጭ በጋዝ በመብራት በሶላር ተብሏል። እኔ በሶላር ደግሞ እኔ መብራት ሲጠፋ ነው የምጠቀመው፣ ለብርሃን ነው የምጠቀመው እንጂ በማገዶ ወይም ማለት ለማብሰያ ወይም ለእንጀራ ምናምን ተጠቅሜ አላውቅም። አሁን እንደዚህ በሶላር ማብሰያ ካለ በጋዝ ነክ ደግሞ የሚሰራበት የምርጥ ንግግር እንደተናገራችሁት ተግባር ላይ ቢውል መልካም ነው የምለው። ማገዶም መቆረጡም ይቀራል፣ እንጨቱም እየድን ተክላለ ሌላው ይቆርጣል። ምክንያቱም ወዶ አይደለም የሚሰራበት ነገር ስለሌለው ነው። ስለዛ ያ ቢስተካከልን መልካም እላለሁ። ብዙም አላወራም፣ ይበቃኛል። አመሰግናለሁ።
Because of, we should try to be brief. We are in between our lunch and the next session.
Thank you so much. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm addressing this to the F20 and also the Gates Foundation. The Gates Foundation is a major influencer and funder of agricultural development in Africa, yet they have been critiqued a lot for exacerbating the hunger problem in the continent. So my question is, who are these foundations responsible to? Who holds them accountable? Local communities involved? Are they involved? Are there interventions in place to make sure that all of this is tracked and results reflect what people need on the ground versus all the money that you put in without specifically saying what has been the positive impact of these interventions? Thank you.
We take all the questions, right? Okay, let me. So I'm here now. Let me see.
Thank you very much for the panel. Very informative. Yeah, I would like to know from the philanthropists, the donors, to what extent have we now advanced our monitoring and evaluation processes? We're talking about impact, and we find that we are in a 2-3 year project, and then there is a rush to what is the impact? What is the impact? But the investment and the process and support has not been there, and there's also an emphasis on more quantitative impact than qualitative impact. To what extent have we advanced our ability to measure and to set indicators for qualitative impact? Thank you.
Thank you, speakers. Thank you. And I appreciate the critical points raised about broken pledges and the lack of accountability in climate finance. And Maria for addressing innovations in the agricultural sector, because too often climate finance is tied to foreign designed solutions that do not fit our context. We are offered expensive high-tech fixes when often the most effective solutions are local, low-tech, and community-owned. And our own innovations work because they are born from the very challenges that seek to address. Yet, when they seek funding, they are dismissed as too small or not scalable. So what are we doing to ensure that women in our communities get direct access to funds?
Good afternoon. My name is Evelyn Heresia. I work for Landesa, an international organization that works towards securing land rights for the poor and the most marginalized. Thank you to all panelists. This has been a great learning opportunity, listening to your stories and experiences. One, I would want to emphasize that women are not a homogeneous group. When you talk about women, there are quite a number of women in different situations, including the indigenous women, which I'm one of an indigenous person. Their needs vary significantly when it comes to issues of climate financing. And I have a number of questions for you. One is in terms of carbon, do you consider carbon credit as a means of financing? This largely impacting and affecting women living in different ecosystems, be it rangelands, forests, mangroves, and other related or dependent on this kind of ecosystem. Do you consider that as a financing for climate? In terms of land rights, and particularly looking at enabling factors to women really securing financial muscles to be able to use, to be able to participate, and even using finances as a tool for climate financing, I want to say that land rights are critical to enable making this happen. And I would want to commend governments that have taken efforts to really work towards improving land governance where women land rights have been secured. As you probably, for those who are aware, Landesa is a secretariat of a global initiative towards securing land rights called the Stand for Her Land campaign. I want to thank all of you for supporting this effort, and we are very happy to collaborate to make this happen. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Okay, thank you. My question is for the panelists from ActionAid Ethiopia. You are working across the country, Ethiopia, but as we know, many regions of Ethiopian country are affected by security treaties, especially by the opposing group of opposing against the Ethiopian government. And could you, could you please explain how ActionAid is operating in these high-risk areas or in these high-risk regions? Are you providing support there, especially our women living around that area are affected by different problems? So are you providing support there, or only you are working in more peaceful regions of the country? Thank you.
Okay, my name is Anedi Nyang from the Niger Delta region of Nigeria, precisely Akwa Ibom States. I'm working with the rural women and the young girls, and we're into climate smart agriculture, where we pilot a program that calls One Woman, One Garden Initiative. But we discover that that side of the globe is completely abandoned, and most fundings don't come into that aspect. We know World Bank is doing so much, but in most cases, it doesn't get to the grassroots women. So I want to find out, and why I came for this conference is to find out how can the grassroots women really have access to this funding when they talk about the effects of climate change, that the ones that feel it most, and even the young women, some are dropping out of school, and even the Niger Delta side that they're extracting the oil now. Some of the children, they are no longer in school because the fishes are no longer in this, they are not having access to it, and the parents are now at home. A lot are dropped out of school. That's what we are experiencing there. We are now asking, how can funding get into this grassroots area? We have our own traditional way of making these things work. We are already doing it, and it's on ground and it's visible. How can we participate in this funding at the rural area? Thank you.
Thank you.
No,
that's it.
And then maybe the questions that were asked in Amharic, I don't know if you got it. Otherwise, we'll have a colleague translate it quickly. So the question that were asked in Amharic, so we'll have a colleague translate it quickly so she will be the last.
Thank you so much to the panelists. And thank you to the organizers, my sister from UN Women and the civil society. My name is Janet Kem from UN Women working in Kigali. So mine is not a question, but just to appreciate the work that the panel has done, especially the energy that comes from civil society. We all feel it. You are taught leadership and evidence that is backing the claims that we have. Really, I appreciate that. The data, the figures, and everything. And just to remind ourselves, so we all know why we are here, but that climate, weather change, or whatever we call it, affects women from their lives, their livelihoods, their economies, and their whole being. So when I hear from civil society and all what you are saying, I just want to remind us as women to raise these voices and keep raising them because they're important, especially in planning, as we said. I heard somebody talking of gender responsive budgeting, and that is really where I wanted to come to, because we're talking about money and there are tools and mechanisms. Gender responsive budgeting is something that women's organization led some years back. And it's like we dropped the ball. How do we come back to it? Because it gives you the tool for accountability, the tool for planning, the tool for transparency. All what you said there was very important for this. And also to remind us of your two important hats that you wear at civil society, the hat of accountability and policy, and the hat of connecting the voices of the women at the grassroots to policy. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So just so that there were no questions. Yeah, okay.
So, yeah. So just to give you a brief of the few comments that were provided in Amharic, they were sharing, there were women from the communities and they were sharing how climate has impacted them. One of them was sharing that she had to, she was displaced from her home and she had to stay somewhere else, depending on other support for survival. And they were mentioning such how their lives were impacted, and they were not as much a question. Yeah. So just to briefly go through the questions that were directed to ActionAid. One question was on whether we are also working in areas where that are affected by conflict. Short answer, yes. We are currently present in Amhara region. We're working in Guna in Farta Waradas, where conflict would not as highly affected as other areas, but as you know, livelihood resilience is most needed when in such instances, and we have great work. We are very much rooted in communities. We work with community-based organizations, and we have women that are engaged in agroecology and producing different kinds of fruits, not only to sustain their lives and secure food security, but but as much as we function in these areas, we also ensure measures. We make sure that they are in place. I hope I have answered your questions in that regard. RB doing context analysis of the specific areas. Those are areas. Thank you for your insights. We take them. We consider them. Yeah, I think that was a question that was directed to me. Over to you.
So I think I'll just pass it on to Maria real quick because you have so many questions. And just to respond to those.
Yeah, so I'll try to respond to all of them, but I don't know if I'm going to be able, because as you said, we're several of them. I want to address the issue about, so to whom are foundations accountable to? And I just want to emphasize that foundations are different and philanthropy is different. So a lot of things that my colleague was saying, it speaks about a group of foundations, but not all of them. And I think that that's something that it's important to keep in mind. Speaking about the Gates Foundation, so we are very serious when we decide how to allocate our resources in terms of what we call our comparative advantage. So what we are really good at in terms of putting our money. And we agree that our comparative advantage is on accelerating innovation. So we don't spend our resources in terms of humanitarian issues or responses whenever these situations occur. But what we do is to work with our partners and our grantees to make able to help to accelerate innovation. We believe that we are good at doing that, not saying that other things are not important, but just saying that this is where we see our comparative advantage. And one thing that was mentioned from my colleague was that when all these reductions in ODA and USAID started to happen, one thing that we were very clear was that our role is not to bridge that gap in terms of finance for these topics. And you said that, but I want to emphasize it. And just to say, and going to the accountability question, we became really worried because in some circumstances, for instance, our funding to the World Health Organization, because of USA pulling out, then the foundation, Gates Foundation, became the most important donor. We shouldn't be in that position, and we don't want to be in that position. That's not where we want to be. So what we do is that we don't prescribe solutions to governments, for instance. We respond to demands, but what we do is that we generate, through our work, evidence, and we put different options on the table. So the Gates Foundation is never going to say, you should tax X, Y, and Z, or reduce taxes in this center. We provide the evidence because that's the way that we work. And again, that's our comparative advantage, so that the public sector, the ministries, can make the best decisions with the best possible information. And that's why we invest a lot of money in terms of understanding impact, and was a question also. So we want to understand what is the impact, and we do all sort of modeling so that whoever is deciding what is the priority for Kenya, for Ethiopia, for Nigeria, for the agricultural sector, they can make an evidence-based informed decision. So this is the role of the Gates Foundation. And again, we are demand-driven. So we are responding to needs, and the way that we allocate resources is when, for instance, working with the public sector, one Ministry for Agriculture in a specific country comes to us and says, I need an assessment of this specific issue, and I want to understand what's behind this because I want to do something different, but I need the information. So we work based on that demand, and we come up with what is needed. Or we are interested in crops or seed varieties that respond better to pests and diseases or to droughts. So based on that demand, we get together with partners and we put our efforts into delivering the innovation and accelerating the innovation so that those seeds are out there. The decision of using the seeds or not is not ours. The decision of using the seeds or not comes from the government, comes from the national organizations in the countries, if they believe that it's relevant for their people or not. But the Gates Foundation is never going to say you should use this variety or not. They are working towards delivering on the variety so that if the government believes that it's useful, then they can use it or not. So I just want to say that. And then I want to address a very interesting question about the carbon markets, because I believe that that's something that it's a missed opportunity. And there's a lot of problems with the carbon markets in terms of transparency, in terms of MRPs that are very expensive. But we believe that this is going to increase in the following years. And we believe that there's a risk that small-scale producers, women in the agricultural sector, do not benefit from this. And they're already doing a lot of things which would deserve them to get paid for either capturing or removing carbon in terms of agricultural conservation. So there are many examples that are at the same time very interested in terms of adapting to climate change in the agricultural sector and reducing emissions. But small producers, women, are not currently benefiting from that for many reasons. One of them is that it is difficult to participate in the market because there are small portions, small hectares, But once that they are aggregated, it is better. This is all to say that from the Gates Foundation side, believe that this is one opportunity in the future. And we believe that if we don't start to think about this seriously, there's going to be a lot of mobilization of resources that it's going to happen, but at the end of the day, it's going to be the same thing as ever. Some few are going to benefit from that, and the ones that could really and need resources to implement more of this process are going to be outside of the model. And we are working in the Gates Foundation to generate the right information to make sure that this is not happening.
Rez, you can just quickly respond to some others, and then before we move to.
Yeah, I think as Democracy Works Foundation, we work on the supply and demand side of democracy and climate and energy democracy. And so I'll respond to the questions, particularly around accountability and kind of monitoring and evaluation from that perspective. So on the supply side, I think it's time that grantees and donor relationships really fundamentally shift. Because when we were talking, for example, about context analysis or trying to understand the context, or what is informing monitoring and evaluation indicators, or what is informing our kind of program design and targeting, philanthropies have missed an opportunity within their own grantee networks to procure for cash the expertise of their grantees when it comes to designing the donor programs. And what we see most often is that philanthropies will look at big kind of consulting firms, mostly from the global north, to inform their kind of program development and their monitoring and evaluation frameworks, when a lot of that intelligence can actually come from their grantee networks who are on the ground and intimately understand the issues. So that's on the supply side. Then on the demand side, in terms of accountability, what you were asking about, kind of, there are no binding accountability mechanisms for philanthropies. Nobody's going to actually hold them accountable. Nothing will happen to them if they engage in kind of destructive practice. Works Foundation is for funding to, as much as possible, be funneled through public finance management systems and public budgets, so that that local capacity is built, but also because a social contract exists between citizens and their governments. And so citizens, whether it's functional or not, have the power to hold their governments accountable. They do not have the power to hold a philanthropy accountable. And so as much as that needs to happen at the national level, it also needs to happen at the subnational level, where local governments need to be kind of the frameworks, or local government frameworks and service delivery frameworks need to be the actual implementing infrastructure for philanthropy funding.
Tracy, I'll let you respond real quick and then we can wrap up.
Yes, I see. They say time out. Really, I didn't get much questions on my side, just comments. And yes, as also emphasized on the NDC, our engagement on the NDC, how we can ensure. Of course, when you look at the context, the way these policies are done, I think this is where we need to really emphasize. You know, when you look at how they, you know, you say we want to integrate gender, you will see one sentence just written, gender will be integrated, it doesn't go on. And I think this is where we need to reshape how policies define issues on gender. And as we move to other areas of policy development, let's try as much as possible to ensure that we define what we mean and how to really integrate and mainstream gender. So it shouldn't be just a fantasy, but it doesn't come out clearly. And when we talk of sector-specific, even planning for adaptation, please let's make sure that this speaks to the issues on the ground. There is a lady who talked of how they can get funding. You know, it's really frustrating actually, because the current environment or the finance mechanisms currently, they are not suitable, or the way they're designed, they really don't speak or to gender at the grassroots level. And that's why I keep on emphasizing on us fully engaging on policy development, fully engaging and influencing budgets or national development plans, because this is where monies are determined. So if Gates Foundation gives your government or whoever money, you know, you should start there by influencing the program so that you are able to receive that money. And if you don't influence, then it's going to be a problem. Or we ensure that we have people that specific speak or are able to influence that the finance mechanisms that are already there within our government, so that they respond to us as women at the grassroots level. Currently, this is not happening. And the money that you get from, you know, the support that you get from, let's say, FEMNET, from PACJA, this is not enough. And most of the, you know, the policies that we really need that are supposed to respond to our needs are not reflective of that. And as a you still owe us a visit to the temple. Just to say, 2022, we climbed Mount Sinai. You know, women who are resilient. Coming down, we were late. We wanted to go to the temple. And Azep was saying, no, we're late for the plane. We need to go to the airport. So we still need to go back to the
Thank you. Maybe just to wrap up, is to say that we shall not challenge or we shall not cure the current global financial architecture if we do not challenge the current neoliberal systems to climate finance and advocate for more equitable, just and feminist approaches towards this. We need system change and not just climate change. Maybe just to iterate that. It is not enough for us to just solve symptoms, but rather to solve root causes so that it's not creating a bigger problem over and over again. With that said, thank you for listening to us, and thank you for all your questions.
Right, I want to start. Once again, thank you so much for joining the Just Transition breakout session. I want to once again welcome all of you, and be assured that we'll have a very interesting discussion this afternoon. So we'll start by just an overview of what Just Transition is. And we have one of our panelists who's been participating in the negotiation, so she'll just give us an overview. From there, we'll hear voices from different actors who work in the Just Transition. We're looking at trade unions. We are looking at the indigenous communities. We are looking at the communities themselves. So that is how we'll run the session. Then we'll open up for plenary. So the objective of this session is to really get your views on what do you want to see going to the African Climate Summit and also towards COP. You get, but we don't want to go to those discussions before really getting the realities on the ground. What are these gaps? What are the challenges? Do we even know what Just Transition is? So allow me once again to officially welcome our panelists. I'll start with Felicitas Okoko, who is a negotiator on Just Transition with the Women and Gender Constituencies. She also represents the voices of the youth. Welcome, Felicitas. We have Rebecca Okello, who is representing the trade unions. She's works with the Kenya Trade Union from Kenya. And then we have Balki Babu, representing the indigenous people from Cameroon. She'll tell us more about what she's doing. And lastly, we have Vainola Makan, who is working closely with the communities in South Africa,
with the Ubuntu Rural Women and Youth Network. So I'm coming straight to you, Felicitas. I know a lot has been talked about the Just Transition Work Program, our journey from COP27 in Sharm el, the establishment of the framework, then going to COP28 on financing of the framework. But I know you've been engaging in the Just Transition work. Just give us an overview of what really this Just Transition is and what are we looking at in terms of negotiations?
Good afternoon, everyone. So I would like to appreciate you and thank you so much for joining the Just Transition parallel room, because there's 3 options there and this has, I believe this is a priority for you. So I will give just an overview, a very short overview of where we are at the moment to the Just Transition Work Program dialogues, and also look at the Just Transition principles which will be focusing on a lot today, because that is where we will need a lot of input from you guys. And later on, we can get to expound on that as we open up the discussion to everyone. So right now, the text under the Just Transition Work Program is still in its early stages, and the just concluded 4th dialogue is still an informal text, not an official text. On the positive side, it recognizes the need for pathways, like nationally defined pathways, which is what you were focusing on in the last dialogue. And it acknowledges that transition must consider social economic dimensions, not just technical ones, and also acknowledges big gaps like gender, equality, care work, and protection of workers and communities mainly, but those still remain just as a little bit like mentions, not main agendas yet on the text. Financing is also still unclear, with developed countries proposing that developing countries fund their own just transitions, and developing countries are of a different opinion that they have other emergent issues that they need to deal with before they can consider funding just transitions, that they do not have that kind of budget at the moment to accommodate or to even like phase out their fossil fuel industries without having support to create new ways of generating income and supporting their economies. So the challenges are still, who carries the cost of transition, and how do we avoid reproducing cycles of extractivism where the global south provides resources and the global north defines the rules? How do we ensure that indigenous people, women, marginalized communities are not consulted but actively leading and shaping these pathways? But also, I would like us today to bring this closer to our realities. A just transition is not just about facing coal, which is now something that the JT Work Program acknowledges. It is investing in solar farms. It is whether women in rural areas get access to clean cooking solutions without risking their health. And it is whether young people get to be involved in these green jobs that are coming up. It's about whether care work, which women carry disproportionately, is recognized, valued, supported as part of economy of transition. That's why the inputs of our panelists today and your inputs really matter as we try to shape our demands for COP30 and as we try to create a collective African voice. So we currently have 11 just transition principles in the current text, and I will get more into that when we're opening up the discussion. So I'm just going to hand back the mic over to Anne and let us hear from the other panelists. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Felicitas. I think that was really a good snapshot of what's happening in terms of negotiation, especially looking at financing. I mean, there's no just transition without financing, but especially to the local communities working in the rural areas. I want to go down to South Africa, to Vainola. I know you've been working a lot with the communities in the Northern Cape, and working on issues of just transition, engaging communities and rural women. And I know also that South Africa already has put in place a just energy transition plan. Please tell us, how is it at the community level? What are the communities experiencing? What is the understanding of really just transition on the ground? Please give us that, that experience from South Africa.
Yeah, thank you, Anne, and thank you everyone for attending. Thank you for this panel. My name is Vanola Mkan, and I'm from the Ubuntu Rural Women and Youth Movement in South Africa. And we work with marginalized communities, small-scale farmers, small-scale forests, forestry women, small-scale miners, the rural women, the young women, and farm women. And so we are looking at amplifying the voices of these women to be in the conversations, in the center of the conversation. But as you could see earlier in our discussion, it's not so easy for women to have their voice in the center. It's an upward battle. And so I will set an example of our work with the fisher communities. So, the fisher communities, their main livelihood is fish. Is when they say when they get up in the morning, all they see is the ocean. They know the ocean is the place where they get food. They don't know another place to get food. And so now Shell and Total Energies and Africa Oil, there's many companies that come and flood the community, and they apply by government to come and do mining in the ocean, which means that there's going to be an impact. The fish will swim away. There will be an impact on the ecosystem, and the cultural, social, spiritual, heritage, and economic relationship with the ocean will not be in the same way, which means that the quality of life of the people will shift. And so the first step that we did was to give them access to information, because they didn't know what was going on. We actually went and did a qualitative research. We asked them the question, what do you think will be the impact if these mining companies come and drill in your ocean? And what they said to us was very interesting. They said to us, nobody ever asked us such an important question. Nobody asked us anything important here. They just asked the men. And that is the moment that we realize that women are not being taken seriously. Women are not seen as active citizens. They are just seen as people who do the cooking, who just, clean the fish when it comes out of the water. They are not seen as important beings. And so we did a lot of access to information. We did literacy work, and we explained to them how does it work. For example, they came and have so-called consultation with the community, but all they did was to come and defend why the mining companies must drill in the ocean. And the women got stronger. They started to understand that this is not in their interest to drill in the ocean. It is not in the interest of the children's future, which means that the earth and the ocean and the natural resources will be destroyed after that. And then what are they going to, what's going to be our legacy for our children? And that concerned them very well. And so those women, they also said, we cannot wait for these mining companies to come and drill in the ocean and the fish swim away. We are going to start alternative economic initiatives. And then they started arts and craft project. They went to the municipality and they asked for a big piece of land. They started doing gardening, and they are selling. They also enrolled in the tourism sector. And during the holidays, when people come there, they sell bread, they sell their arts and crafts, jewelry. And so now they are more stronger, that they can say no to the mining companies because they have invested in alternative local economies. And so those women are now activists. They go to different places. They go to oil and gas meetings. They are going, they are coming to the summit. Also, some of the youth, they've been to Brazil and so on. And so it is possible for women, once you have an understanding and when you get the literacy, to become active citizens. And so, like Anne said, in South Africa, we are quite advanced in terms of the just energy.
transition. It was South Africa that came to COP a couple of years ago and said, here's a document. We have worked this in our country, and these are what we think is important. And then it was adopted by 5 countries, some of them from the north and some of them from the global south. So the just transition is now something of a household name during COP and in the global order. But then, of course, now we are asking about what is just about the just energy transition. And one of the key contributions that we would like to make as Ubuntu is that we need to be very careful about the language we use. Our language are being co-opted. For example, if we say there's a strong link between just energy transition and community resilience. When the floods come and the droughts come, it is the women who has to clean up the mess, right? So now we are saying, why are we talking about community resilience as if it is the burden and the responsibility of women to take accountability for that? So we need to put the attention on governments and on private sector who caused that disruption in our society. The other one is also about reparations. We shouldn't just ask for climate reparations to use it for renewable energy. We should say that they must scrap the debt, because it will be difficult for our economies in Africa to continue to make a difference and to improve the quality of the lives of the women and rural people if we do not scrap the debt. We will always come with a begging bowl to the global north and to ask them, please give us this and please give us that. So what we need is independent institutions. We need our own African Women Climate Justice, Gender Justice, Just Energy Transition Fund. We need our own that. We also need to have millions of women in Ethiopia, South Africa, and Brazil. We need the women to be knowledgeable. So FEMNET and other organizations here is on the right track. We need to educate the women. And then we need to make sure that we have the right information, the knowledge. But when we do research, we shouldn't just be academics coming to the community. We need to involve the community, the women, as co-creation, co-producers of knowledge, because there's a lot of knowledge there. And together with the knowledge that we have studied at university, 50-50 makes 100%.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Vainola. Let's clap for Vainola.
Thank you.
A lot about community, how we need to educate the community. We need to finance the community. I mean, we need to simplify the language on just transition and climate. Thank you so much, and for shedding light on what's happening in South Africa and the communities. Allow me to invite, and thanks Marina for joining. Marina is coordinator for the Africa Just Transition Network, and she'll also give an overview on the advocacy work. So allow me to invite Rebecca Okello to talk about, I know you've been working a lot with the women trade unionists, and the idea of just transition came from the trade unions. Tell us what's your experience working with trade unions and especially women?
Thank you so much, Anne. First of all, I want to send out solidarity greetings from the trade union movement. My name is Rebecca Okello Abongo. I work with the Central Organization of Trade Unions in Kenya. We represent a total of 3 million members, more than 3 million members in Kenya. And as Anne has mentioned, I specifically work under the Climate Change and Just Transition Program. And Just Transition concept I would like to start with the trade union in the global north. The Canadian trade, and when the coal mining sectors were being shut down, who was left out are the workers, the women and men who are working in those coal mining sectors. And what was the solution to this situation? Because the shutting down of coal mine responded to the climate change actions. And this is where the just transition concept came about, and it echoed that the transition towards green solutions should not come at the burden of workers, should not come at the burden of women and men working in this sector. And this is how it brought birth of the aspect of just transition. And working within the trade union movement, we have seen a lot of aspects on how climate change policies, climate change negotiations have really affected our various workspaces. We saw in Kenya sometime back in 2003 in the manufacturing sector. I'm starting with a general perspective on how climate change is affecting the workspaces. We saw men and women, and this is something that I experienced, me as a young trade unionist, this is something that I experienced. We saw more than 3 million workers within the manufacturing sectors. By then they had banned the use of single-use of plastic bags. And this is something that we were never counted in the discussion. We were never counted in this negotiation, and it happened to affect our workers. And as I was sitting in this discussion in the morning, I remember a song that we sing within the trade unions, and we say, my mother was a fisherwoman. My father was a fisherman, because they were working within workspaces that had a lot of precarious work. Personally, me, I'm a daughter of a mother who worked as a fishmonger, and I'm happy she brought me up. She worked within that environment to ensure I have quality education to be standing here today. And speaking within the aspect of just transition, so that element of me speaking about our parents, our aunties, our sisters working in various sectors, it's really prescribing to the reasons why I'm a trade unionist. And why am I a trade unionist in this space? Why am I a woman within the trade unionist movement? When we speak about just transition in Africa, we have clearly identified who are the people who carry the heaviest burden in this space. And you have seen women workers, because everyone sitting in this space, we are workers, we are women. We are carrying the burden of the economy, then going back home carrying the burden of our families. We ensure the economy is set and our family setting is within the setting that we want it to be. And within the workspaces, we have seen a majority of workers are found in the agricultural sector. The photos around here, if you look at them, are women workers working within the agricultural sector. We have workers in the informal economy, and currently in Kenya, 85% plus of workers are found within the informal economy. And again, the care economy, the doctors, the nurses, the teachers, these are workers who, within these spaces, we have a majority of them working within the care economy. And they're the ones who sustain family, and yet their voices are not being considered on the table. In the negotiation spaces, we don't see adequate representation of the women and the men working in these spaces. So from a labor perspective, a feminist just transition means two things to us. First, how do we dismantling the inequalities within the workspaces? We are workers working within the workspaces, and we are silently quiet on the inequalities that are happening within the workspaces. We have seen, sorry to say, we have seen men being promoted and women are being left out. These are the inequalities we see within the workspaces. And the other thing from a labor perspective, just transition feminism should look like, where we want to ensure the shift towards a greener economy does not leave women workers behind. We have had people speaking for the community. We have had people speaking for the indigenous community, but we have not brought in the aspect of workers, of us, of you and I working within these spaces. How are we going to transition to the green jobs that we are advocating about? How are we going to ensure these just transition policies that are creating green jobs have an aspect of social protection? Did you think about social protection? Did you think we were talking about making public amenities public for everyone? Social protection aspect speaks to food, shelter, health, energy, these are some of the public things, public amenities that we are speaking about within the aspect of social process. Sorry, I am going far, but again, first, we have to recognize within the informal economy, according to my research, I found that 80% of workers within the informal economy are women. And there are people who exist within a precarious work environment. They lack contracts, that is number one. Their form of operation, it's not clearly defined. They just work by luck. Whatever happens, come rain, come sunshine, they work by luck within the spaces. To well-defined, comprehensive social protection that should given the necessary, the needed time to do or work in an environment that favors within their condition. Another thing, they lack union representation. And we know us as labor movement, we work towards representing workers within their spaces. And I can see the workers working in the informal sectors, majority of them are women, and they lack the adequate representation within that spaces. And that is how, us as trade union, we organize and represent workers in those spaces. And what do we say as trade unions to such situation? We call upon formalizing of informal workers so that we can better represent them in terms within the aspect of labor rights, within the aspect of their rights within their respective working spaces. Am I going to speak later? Because I have a lot. Okay, thank you. I'll leave it from there and speak later. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Rebecca. We can listen and listen. Thank you for those interventions from the labor unions, which we never incorporate in our, especially in the feminist spaces, looking at dismantling patriarchy within those spaces, issues of social protection and issues of inclusion, especially for the informal workers in the informal economy. Allow me to go to the Cameroon, to Balki. We want to hear about the indigenous groups. What do they say about just transition? What is your experience working with those groups, and what are your demands? Thank you.
Thank you very much for giving me the floor and for making me part of this great panel on just transition. I am Balkisu Buba from the Network of Indigenous People and Local Communities for Sustainable Management of Forest Ecosystems in Central Africa, known in its French acronym as REPALIAC. We have this network in 8 countries in the Central African sub-region, the Congo Basin, and we have close to 400 indigenous organizations who are part of this network in the different countries. When it comes to just transition, when it comes to indigenous communities, we know indigenous communities, they have some peculiarities, especially the women, which makes them have double problems when it comes to women. Looking at them as women, yes, they have other issues. For example, the women, indigenous women, they suffer double discrimination. They are not only discriminated by the external community, they are equally discriminated by the indigenous community itself. That is the face discrimination right from the ground. So when it comes to just transition, you realize that indigenous people in general, they are kind of invisible when it comes to issues like data. You will not find data on indigenous people in just transition matters. And in policy-making spaces, you realize that in many decision-making spaces, you will not find people from indigenous communities. You often maybe find them in positions that they are not in a decision-making space. Like, for example, in my country, in Cameroon, we don't have any indigenous person in the parliament. We don't have any indigenous person in the Senate. We don't have any indigenous minister. So in all the powerful making decision places, we are not represented. There is equally, when we talk about these green projects, we look at green projects as threats to our rights and our communities. Because if you look at this, for example, the renewable energy projects, when they come, if they are not designed with the participation of indigenous people, consequently, they violate the rights of indigenous people. And most often when they are looking for places to do like large solar farms, the answer is the lands and territories of indigenous people. That is where the projects take place. So it becomes difficult, it becomes a big challenge to us. In Africa, we have another issue of lack of recognition and respect of indigenous people's rights. In many countries in Africa, the concept of indigenous people is still having a problem because many people say once they are in Africa, they are indigenous in their villages. So everybody is indigenous in Africa, making the recognition of indigenous people a problem. So what are we asking in terms of just transition? Our demands in terms of just transition is that it must ensure self-determination, because there will be no just transition without self-determination. And we need to uphold the rights of indigenous people, and that we have to apply culturally appropriate solutions, because most of the solutions that we find, if we don't design solutions with indigenous people, finally the indigenous people are left out of climate solutions. We need to equally recognize the vital role indigenous people play as stewards of the environment, due to the indigenous knowledge that we have been using to protect and promote our environment. We see that this knowledge has been keeping our environment intact like for a very long time. If we want to attain our dream of living in harmony with nature, we must use indigenous knowledge, and we must incorporate this knowledge into adaptation and mitigation policies. As we know, the 80% of remaining world's biodiversity is still on indigenous people's lands. We need to center the voices and priorities of indigenous people in policy making and decision making when it comes to climate action. In that way, we can attain environmental sustainability. We equally need to uphold the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous People. We need full and effective implementation of the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous People. And not only that, we need to recognize and respect their rights, we equally need to ensure that their land rights are recognized, because in many places, customary land rights are not recognized, community land rights are not recognized. And land to us is life. Without the land, an indigenous man loses their identity, the culture, the tradition. So it is very important to respect our land rights. We equally need to promote indigenous-led solutions, because when we talk about just transitions, we should not just come with a scientific notion of just transitions, or we should not just come with our own ideas to impose on indigenous communities. We need to make sure that we look at indigenous-led solutions. And in that way, we equally look at some initiatives and priorities that allow indigenous people to define their own just transition. We need to equally collaborate, build partnerships between all stakeholders, that is the indigenous people, the governments, and other stakeholders, development partners, to ensure that all of us work together in the just transition process. Lastly, there is no just transition without finance. So there is need for direct access to finance for indigenous people. As we all know, less than 1% of climate finance goes to indigenous communities. What about the indigenous women? What about the indigenous youths? What about persons with disability? So it becomes a very big struggle. So we need mechanisms that can develop direct access to finance for indigenous people. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Balki, for that contribution from data representation, financing, land issues, issues of, implementation or, adhering to the UN Declaration on people, indigenous people, among others. We really appreciate your contribution. So I want to take it back to Marina. Marina, I know you've worked a lot with the Africa Just Transition Network, a lot of advocacy on just transition. Tell us about your work, and especially the demands the African women should make towards COP and the SES as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Anne. Thank you, everyone. Hello, everyone. Yes, so I work with the Africa Just Transition Network, and basically what we do in our network is a network from of CSOs, NGOs, civil society, and community-based organizations across Africa. So far, we're in 25 countries in Africa. And our main aim is, how do we transition from the fossil industry to a clean energy industry, but in a just way? And our other aim is, how do you define what is just transition for us as Africans? Because we can't let this narrative again be co-opted, and we have to make sure that we have our own definition of just transition and make sure that we are able to achieve what we want to achieve together as Africans when it comes to just transition. And within our network, we do have the gender group. This morning you met Irene, who spoke earlier in the day, and she's the head of the gender group. And so she's more of a gender expert. I'll try my best here. But one thing when it comes to the COP process, for instance, like last year when the Just Transition Work Program was done, from Sharm el-Sheikh all the way to last year, the interesting thing was we realized that now it has been changed to actually realize that it's not just about coal and facing out, but it's about livelihoods of people as well. However, even though that has been factored inside, one main thing that is missing is our narratives as Africans, what we actually see as what are the issues on the ground: unemployment, food insecurity, when it comes to the adaptation issues that we are facing in our countries, flooding, and many more you can name. But all these issues are not named and factored in the Just Transition Work Program right now, and we need to see how we can push that as Africans and women actually from Africa in the next COP that we're going for this year. Another thing that is also a very big thing that we have to look at is when it comes to financing. There's a lot of financing. We talk about financing every time. We're demanding financing. We're talking just this week, a few days ago, and then one thing we realize is that we keep on asking for financing, but one thing about financing is if we are not careful, mostly it's not inclusive. We, the women and people of disability, are not factored in financing. So when the financing comes, they'll tell you, well, there's nothing here for gender, there's nothing here for disabled people. And so we always end up at the short end of the stick. And we are not the ones that are actually going to get the financing in the end. So there's a need for us to actually insist that in the Just Transition Work Program, that we want financing for us as women, for gender. And this financing is not just any kind of financing, but we're talking about finance for social protection, skills training, and community resilience. And the other thing is that skills training is a very, very important thing we have to also push from Africa. Because when we talk about reskilling, retraining, retooling, if you look at so many researchers, you realize that with this just transition process that we are in now, most of the people, oh, sorry, I thought I was talking slowly. Sorry, I'll try. So with the just transition process now, most of the people that will benefit, or the people that will benefit the most, are the males. Women will not benefit the most. The jobs that will come with the just transition process will be mainly dominated by males. I'm personally an engineer, female engineer in a male-dominated field. And you can imagine, I already know the feeling. And now we are talking about transition, and it looks like this is going to happen again. So there's a need for us to have developed programs for women, to train women to take up jobs in this field. But we can't do that without financing. So these are the kind of things that we need to be specific about in the financing, that we want financing for such measures and for such opportunities. And not just for like this kind of job, but even on the ground when we are talking about farming. Adaptation now, go to our farming communities. Women are suffering the most. I work with some farmers in Ghana, and they planted earlier this year. They've lost everything because the rains are not coming. They saw just one rain, and they thought it was going to rain because that's their period. It never came again. Now, there's a need for us to also call in the just transition process things like technologies that will help these women. For instance, solar-powered irrigation systems, for them to help them with farming. I've actually worked with some communities that we've helped them with this solar-powered irrigation systems. And I think it's very important for us to actually also have this in, like, let's be direct about what we need, what we are calling for, the demands. Because leaving it vague is so far the work program, some of the things, most of the things are vague, but we don't want that vagueness. We want to be direct and say, this is what we are calling for, this is what we are asking for. We also need to have that regional ownership of the just transition itself, the whole narrative. We need our narrative. We need our leaders to come on board, and all of us have one agenda, like, this is how just transition has an agenda. This is what we are calling for as Africa. But as the leaders are doing that, the problem is we as women are continuously being left behind. We are not brought into the conversation, and we don't want to be just brought into the conversation. We want to make decisions. So we need to actually put this, like, in the frameworks. We need to ensure that this is actually put in, that gender participation should be there. Yes, they've already mentioned participation in the framework, but participation is still vague. What kind of participation are they talking about? Is it that we are just parts, or we are actually going to make decisions, or our voices will be heard? There's been times where the framework, for instance, in South Africa, one colleague was talking about the framework where they actually worked on one just transition framework for, like, gender for South Africa. They tried to feed it into their national adaptation process in their country. They spoke and they said, oh, your concerns have been heard. But in the end, it didn't reflect in what came up. So we don't want that. We actually have to ask for this. We have to find a way to put this in our demands, that we want We don't want to just speak and be part of the conversation, but we want to see results, and we want to actually make decisions with a just transition framework. I think I need to be closing up. I would just end by saying that there's a need for us to remember everyone that just transition is not just about the energy side. It cuts across. There's agriculture, there's transport, there's fishing, there's farming, all over. And for Africa, that is our narrative. For other countries, that's not their narrative. Let's remember this, and let's make sure that when we are making the demands for just transition, we are factoring them inside. The just transition has to be one that ensures real benefits. Benefits that includes jobs, and not just jobs, but real jobs, secure jobs, ensures dignity, ensures resilience for our communities. Justice must not be in one word, but in negotiations or so, but it has to be something that we see reflecting in our lives, in the villages, in the towns, and in the cities. Just transition, I would say, without gender justice is nothing. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Marina, for that. We can clap for her and all the other panelists. Just to summarize that we need skill training on just transition, especially for the women, financing, having our own narrative on just transition, and also, look at just transition broadly beyond energy to include agriculture, critical minerals, transport, all that. So I want us to go to plenary session. We'll come back to the speakers. We want, remember, this is a session where we want to hear your views going to COP30 and ACS. You've heard about the key actors in the just transition sector, but what is your voice? What do you want to see moving forward? Please give us solutions as you contribute. I want to hand over this session to Felicitas to take us to the plenary session. Over to you, Felicitas.
Hello. I need us to be lively so that I can know that you're listening to me. Hello. What do we want? What do we want? What do we want? Climate justice. When do we want it? If we don't get it, shut it down. What do we want? When do we want it? If we don't get it, we need strong voices. What do we want? When do we want it? If we don't get it, if you say shut it down like that, are they going to shut it down? If we do not get it, thank you. So we want to get your inputs on a few things that we're looking forward to as outcomes of the Just Transition Work Program framework at COP30. So as I say, that the Just Transition Work Program was formed at Sharm el-Sheikh in COP27. And next year it will be reviewed. And the work that they've done throughout all the 4 years, that is what will determine, do we get another 4 years of the Just Transition Work Program? Is it enough? Or like what comes out of these 4 years that we've had so far? So at the moment we have a formal text and an informal consultation text, a lot of informal consultation text. But today we want to focus on the 11 principles that are in the paragraph 11 of the current text. And those include that the Just Transition framework should be nationally determined and must be decided on nationally and integrated in climate strategies like NAPs, NDCs, and LEDs. Okay. National adaptation plans, nationally determined contributions, and long-term low emissions. Long-term low emissions? Okay. Social dialogue, which means that we have meaningful participation and effective dialogue while creating the framework. Inclusive participation, that each and every demographic is represented in negotiations and participate in creating this framework. That the framework should be people-centered and ensuring that people are protected. Education, skilling, and social protection, which my two amazing friends have talked about. Having education for everyone, ensuring that people are being reskilled as we transition to green economies, and ensuring that people who are currently working in fossil fuel economies are protected. as we transition. They don't end up losing their work. They don't end up, like, it is not at their cost. And whole economy approaches, which just means technically that we are not just transitioning one part of the economy. As I've said, just transition is more than just coal. It includes livelihoods, it includes labor, it includes laws. And so whole economy approach, looking at all aspects of our economies. Gender, we have energy justice that was spoken about in the morning. We talk a lot about energy transitions. We don't talk much about energy justice and ensuring that, I don't know how to frame it, but ensuring that people transition effectively and it is sustainable over a period of time and in our context. Okay. Gender and human rights-based approach is supposed to be an agenda, but at the moment still remains just mentioned once in a while when talking about inclusivity, same to indigenous people and same to people living with disability, still remain as just mentions. Adaptation and resilience, ensuring that all the mitigation action that you're doing and adaptation that is happening is safe, sustainable, and contextualized for all our different contexts. Locally led adaptation and social protection, almost the same thing. And ecosystem and biodiversity integrity, ensuring that we protect the ecosystem and the biodiversity that still is there and trying to ensure restoration as a means of emission reductions. So the other groups are done and we still have like a very long conversation to go. I'm not sure how we are. Okay, so we have 10 minutes to hear from you, and I would like to ask you to take as little time as possible and put your point across in as few words as possible so that you hold space for the next person to be able to speak. Okay? We have 10 minutes to hear from you on what are the outcomes you're looking forward to at COP30, like after this COP? What do you want to see in relation to just transition? What do you want to be reflected? You as an African woman, you as an African actor, you as an African man, what do you want out of COP30 in relation to just transitions?
My name is Annie Dinyang. I'm from Annie Dinyang Foundation and Annie Youth Climate Hub. We have already started training young women on renewable energy installations and repairs. We want to see how women will be fully integrated into the climate finance. When we are talking about just transition, they cannot transit without finance. We want to see a spelled out procedure on gender when it has to do with just transition. Women are ready to take up, especially the youth. I'm managing the Youth Climate Hub. I can see young women that have taken up learning traits that were principally that of the men before. So we want to see where they specify climate finance for just transition, for skills for women, for contracts for women, for adaptation for women, and also for training, for mentoring young women, and also empowerment of women. We heard about working with the national government and all those arms of government. But you know very well, when they come out with their budgeting, they cannot come to implement what you are talking about, just transition, because they did not include it while they were doing it. So we want to see it integrated into the local, that is the local government level, in the budgets. We want it in the national, we want it in the regional. And in so doing, it will be implemented. Otherwise, we'll just be sitting here every time and talking about it. So we want policy integration.
Thank you so much. We hear finances, and there are two different aspects to this at the moment. And one is, how do we ensure that finances are integrated, especially in our local governments, but also keeping in mind that our local governments at the moment don't still have funds for just transitions. So how do we ensure that there is funds for just transition for our local governments and they are integrated to be available for us as local actors in just transition?
Okay, thank you. And thank you to the panelists for your contributions. My name is Francine Nkosi. I'm from South Africa under the organization called Waterberg Women Advocacy Organization. It's a woman-led. For me, I think what we're missing is a dialogue or the conversation between trade unions and local communities so that they understand what's happening in their work and also the workers to understand, because you can't be a worker and not being residing in a community. It means you are both, but it's a way of who's protecting what. For us, we just need to close that gap in making sure that the conversation runs smoothly for a just, not to step on anyone's toes. And the other one is, in South Africa, we have many policies, but they are not implemented. Many policies, you can name them. For us to have a just in our municipalities or the finance, as you have just mentioned, I can say about myself, I have the fourth power station called Medupi, which depleted most of the money in South Africa. But for me, I think what needs to be done is look at the places where there is more of heat and invest in making sure that there are solar panels in that municipality. Each municipality to be responsible for their communities for energy. In that way, it will be a way of municipality taking responsibilities for their communities. And also accountability needs to be there and transparency. We know that there's a lot of loopholes looking at the IDPs and others. There's others saying we're doing this while it's not done. But if there's transparency and accountability, that can be done. Thank you.
Thank you so much. We were having a very interesting conversation yesterday on policy coherence and who does what. You find that the Ministry of Environment is saying that this is our work. The Ministry of Energy is like, this is our work. The different ministries don't know what exactly are they supposed to be doing in this conversation, and how are they going to be aligning all this action for the benefit of the people. So we need to have policy coherence. We need to have accountability for all these actors. We're going to take just 2 more people. We're really sorry for that. And hopefully next time we'll start very early and have more time. Okay? So we're going to take him and, okay, 4 people. Make it short. We will appreciate it.
Thank you so much. My name is Michael Mayan from Kenya. And thank you so much, Becky, for bringing in the issue of indigenous people space in this movement. I have a question across the whole panelists, but more so to Marina, that how feminist movement, women and youth in the indigenous space roles in Africa society evolve in response to historic, culture, and political transition from the pre-colonial period to the present day. How is that going to be made so effective and easy for the indigenous? Thank you.
Thank you so much. As Marina thinks about an answer to that question, and everybody else, I'll allow you to be the closing person, if you allow me, so that we finish.
Thank you so much. My name is Edith Santian. I'm also from Kenya. And I'll actually speak up from the policies coherence. Policies are very complicated, and we usually go through a sieve, and I keep assisting this. And in terms of just transition, I want to plead those that are usually seated in the negotiations to work so closely with the indigenous people, starting from the tables to the last minute where the international decisions are made. Because the international spaces where the decisions are made globally is what determines what can be implemented at the grassroots level. And another thing on just transition, the reason why the indigenous people should be considered from the beginning to the last stage is because we, the indigenous, are the ones who are contributing 100% to balanced ecosystem. We are the people that are actually contributing to good and excellent environmental conservation ways. And so starting from the grassroots to the international level, we should be seated together. And again, we offer very easy adaptation solutions that are not expensive. So I don't know why all the gatherings and all the procedures when we have the solution at hand. When you come to the Maasai community, we're living so harmoniously with the elephants. Come on. If the resources and the land are not being interfered on with our way of culture, there couldn't be human-wildlife conflict. But now what is happening? People are fencing. You're not considering the indigenous way of life. We live like pastoralists so harmoniously with lions, leopards, hyenas, monkeys, name them. So we need to actually sit down and reason together because the rivers are going dry. The lands are coming up with droughts that are not getting any kind of solution, prolonged droughts. Flooding is happening. Initially, when I used to grow up, we used to be told, don't live around those areas because that is the root of the waters. Because the indigenous knowledge is very, very well-rooted. The indigenous people are well rooted with knowledge. They are wise. So let's follow the indigenous way of life. And thank you so much.
Thank you so much. And I am very sorry. We have 2 more panels to go, but very interested. We're having an informal reception after. You can network, you can exchange ideas, and feel free to share your ideas with us. We'll compile them into one document at the end of this. We appreciate your time. We appreciate having you here. So I'm just going to give Marina 1 minute, and I mean 1 minute. You'll see me looking at you with very bad eyes. So 1 minute to answer Lemayan's question. And we're going to give a round of applause to our panelists. And we're going to welcome the rest of the people in and have the rest of our panels, okay? Thank you so much.
Thank you. I love that question, and it's a really good question. And just like the points she also raised, the thing about our network is that we really, really work with the communities, like on the ground, like even the organizations we work with, most of them are in the communities. And one of the things that we've done is for us to even build our strategies, just like you said, they know the way of life, they have lived, they have the experience, they have the knowledge. So we really rely on them. So most of our activities, we have a meeting mostly like annually, and where we kind of bring community people in our organizations together to kind of strategize together, just like we are doing here, and bring up and put up ideas for us to be able to, like, let's say, bring a solution or think about what we want to focus on, because we can't decide for them. We are not the ones there. We are not the ones facing the situation. So if we want real solutions, we need to rely on the communities. Another thing that we do as a network is that we have an environmental justice school that we actually hold for members and community organizations, where we actually build the capacity of them to help them to be able to go back and also teach other people in the community, and even bring and start up like organizations or things. So that's how we've been creating that movement. The last thing is also we have some support from an international funder, Global Green Grants Fund, and we also make this available to communities. They're sending proposals. And these proposals, some of the proposals, they even train some people on solar installations. So these are like the few ways that we have tried to support and make sure that the indigenous communities are kept in the picture and that the movement is also growing. Thank you.
Thank you so much. We had some gifts for our panelists, but unfortunately, we don't have time because the other people are coming in. But let us give us a warm round of applause, please. With energy. Thank you so much. Just 1 minute. The other guys are welcome to join us again. Yeah. Okay. Hello. Hello. Good. That's the energy. Yeah. We know that, we cannot discuss the issue of the continent in a couple of hours, right? We can't. So we understand, and this is a continuous conversation, but then we need to also prepare for, for the coming days. So we recognize, the pressure, and we apologize, for hastening you all. So on that note, we're going to now call on next speakers who are going to join us on the panel. I hope you're here. So this session is around centering African women diverse needs in the context of climate change. And initially, we were supposed to, reconvene here and, do a debrief from the parallel conversation that we had. But we want to promise you, because African women keep to their promise. Have you ever heard of the slogan like, when African women row, the world shakes? You've ever heard of that? If you've never heard of that, know that today. And just observe, when African women rouse, the world shakes. So as African women, we keep to our promises. So I'm going to call on the moderator, and within 30 minutes, you're going to walk us through with your panelists around how can we, center African women's voices as we lead up to the summit and Belém. Thank you.
Okay, so hi everyone, my name is Manal, I'm from Morocco, and please join me in inviting Mrs. Marilyn Njoroge from Kenya, Mrs. Omoyemen Lucia Odije Emmanuel from Nigeria, Mr. Shagozi Ode from Nigeria. Okay, I see you. Mrs. Azib Keleme Work. I know Azib is in the panel downstairs. But do we have Marilyn Njogo? I see, okay. And do we have Omo Yemen from Nigeria? And then Azib is in the adaptation in the 10th floor. Okay. But okay, we have only 30 minutes, so I would be asking only one question to a very wonderful panel here. And then we'll keep around 5 to 10 minutes for interactions from the floor and comments from the floor. So I know that we cannot talk about climate change without talking about women. We cannot talk about climate change without having a feminist climate justice approach. And so today I would love to hear from, well, the two of our panelists and the panelists who will be joining us on their various different aspects of focus. So for example, we have Shagozi who will be telling us more about sexual health and reproduction. And then we have Mrs. Marlene who will be telling us more about conflict, peace, and climate change. So Mrs. Marlene, I will be starting with you. So climate change and security are very often discussed in separate agendas. We don't talk very often about climate and peace or climate securities within negotiations and so on. How can we change that? And how can we push for more finance for conflict-affected countries? We were in the adaptation session downstairs, and I had a very burning question to the panelists, which is that a lot of countries right now are in conflict, and it's very hard for them to access any climate finance because they are deemed as too risky. So this is a two-part question. How can we push for more integration between climate and security and peace within global negotiations? And how can we make sure that conflict countries access more climate finance?
All right, thank you. Thank you so much for the question. Just to introduce myself, so my name is Marilyn Joroge. I'm a Global Policy and Advocacy Manager at Women for Women International, where we work in conflict-affected countries, either conflict or post-conflict. So on the continent, we're in Nigeria, we're in Rwanda, South Sudan, and the DRC. And most of our programming is through socio-economic empowerment programs that we run with women who have been affected by conflict and war. And now from that, we sort of support them in terms of building their businesses, creating savings groups among themselves so as to rebuild their livelihoods after being affected by conflict. And I think, and that's a very good question, what you asked. How is it that climate and security are sort of on two ends of the same room and not really speaking to each other? In 2023, we conducted a research where the sort of the basic finding was that climate and peace are actually interlinked. They are not two separate issues, and I think that's where we need to start from. Even as we engage our governments, even as we have our side events, we need to understand that climate and peace are not separate. They're actually interlinked. It was also very interesting that we found from our research that the countries that have been mostly affected by climate change are actually in active conflict or have sort of come out from conflict. And so you can sort of imagine, if just to give you a picture. So there's a woman who has been affected by conflict. She's been displaced. She's had to leave her her parcel of land where she has been undertaking agricultural activities. She's now had to move. So you can sort of see that double effect of climate change as well as conflict. And most probably now where she has gone, the environment that she is now in, she's not used to that. And so now she has to adapt. And of course, as we know, once IDPs move from one location to another, they are then moving to where the host community is. And mostly in our African countries, even the host communities themselves are struggling. And so what I would want to really urge is that for us to make that very clear to our governments, and especially now starting from tomorrow when the climate summit starts, is for us to really push that message that climate and peace and security are not separate. They're actually interlinked. And it is for these governments also now to put forward, through the NDCs and the national adaptation plans, how then can they also include conflict issues or conflict-related issues? I know, for example, Somalia has actually done that really well, and they did publish their plan, or their NDC, I think about 2 months ago, which you can find online. And that's something that, should be commended, and that should be something that should be replicated across all the countries. When we speak on on how countries can access more financing, I think the data really would show on that, and it should really make the argument for there to be more financing. Also, looking at what would I say? Now looking at the COPs and the previous COPs, really following through on those commitments. So, for example, in Baku last year during COP29, I believe there was like a peace day, and commitments were made on how then can we include peace and security issues, or actually climate change issues into peace and security. But unfortunately, that is not coming through in this year's COP. And I do believe that there is an opportunity really for us to really push for that message, also for financing, as well as now for the governments that are in countries that are experiencing conflict. How can they also push for more financing? How can they include that adaptation issues? How can they also include their own communities, such as us, the activist communities, the feminist communities, the grassroots communities? How can they include them in terms of what do they need? Then how do we then finance for it? I think that those would be some of the things I would put forward. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And also we stand in solidarity with the people who live right now in conflict areas, and the women and the women-led organizations that are struggling to get finance or any sort of money in their countries. So thank you so much as well for making that link. I will be asking both of you in the end to make one commitment or one demand that is non-negotiable ahead of COP30 and the ACS in regards to peace, and to you, Mr. Ude, in regards to SRHR. So my question now to you is the same thing with climate and peace. SRHR is something that we talk even less about when we talk about finance or adaptation. And so why is it important that we keep talking about sexual and reproductive health rights? And what can we do as movements, as organizations, to bring more focus and awareness to this and recognition to this in the negotiations in Belém?
Yeah, thank you very much. I just wanted to say something on the last point, that we also, within the COP process, working on a global framework on children, youth, peace, and climate security with a lot of partners, and we're hoping to see where that lands at COP. I think it's an important topic and point that you've already highlighted. On SRHR, yes, we've had many years been working to advance this agenda, and I would like to draw some parallel with the health agenda within the COP space. So for many years, there was the advocacy to advance health within the climate space. I think we had from COP26 some uptake with a major success at COP28, and now we are advancing to the Belém Health Action Plan at this COP30. So we've been on a similar trajectory also with SRHR within the climate space. It's been quite challenging to navigate some, especially within the negotiation context. But I think with all the advocacy that critical groups, especially groups like the Women and Gender Constituency, the SRHR and Climate Justice Coalition, has been pushing significantly. Really, I think that they deserve a round of applause for all the advocacy and the push that they've been making around this. I think we are getting closer and closer to some success. It's not yet arrived, but I think the important work needs to continue to get us over the line. I think if we look across the countries, whether it's in Africa, in Asia, in Latin America, most of the developing countries, we can find a significant impact of climate change on SRHR. Of course, very widely known now is around the impact on maternal health, with significant research popping up all across. I think about 2-3 years ago, we did not have as much research available, especially in sub-Saharan Africa, on the impact on maternal health. Maybe you had only in South Africa or 1 or 2 more countries, but now you're having research and data available in many countries, in Burkina Faso, in Ghana, in South Africa, in Mozambique, in Rwanda. And this is helping to drive the advocacy. We just completed a vulnerability assessment in South Sudan across many climate affected areas, and our findings is showing 50% increase in GBV in these areas, and is also showing the impact of extreme heat within the various countries. And as you mentioned, this country is a country in a fragile context. Their vulnerabilities are exacerbated in these conditions. There's really severe impact that needs to be addressed. When you look at the financing portfolio of both the GCF and Adaptation Fund, these metrics are not well reflected. In fact, health component alone within the GCF is very under-resourced. I think it's also something they are looking to address. So we have opportunities to be able to strengthen the climate action around this agenda. And I think this is the moment to start working hard on that. We know, of course, there's some work to do in strengthening data systems and evidence at a national level, but we have more than enough to start working and to start resource mobilizing around this intersection. And just also to mention some other key points, I think we need to have a very synchronized system of how we collect data on impacts, including impacts on access to services. So service disruption has been a significant burden, especially in low resource settings and in settings that are also dealing with existing conflicts. I think in some of our countries, we do receive the reports from our country offices on how climate-induced disaster is impacting access to services, especially in hard-to-reach areas. Sometimes it stalls services for 1 month or maybe more, and you can imagine communities that are cut out from such services having to deal with about 1 or 2 months without access to what they really require. These are life-saving intervention, critical intervention that is really critical for their agency, for their independence, and for their livelihood. Also, as we have mentioned, I think you mentioned already, especially on the policy side, you also mentioned Somalia. I think more and more countries are trying to reflect this critical impact and intersections with SRHR in their national climate policies, whether it's the NDC or the NAP, especially the Health National Adaptation Plan. I read the Somalia NDC recently just before coming to Addis, and it was really interesting to see the level of reflection of SRHR in that document. I think it was largely around the national circumstances area. I think it could maybe do better around key interventions, but it was great to see the level that they went to ensure this integration. You mentioned SRHR, GBV, FGM in their document. I encourage you to take a look at it. But we have even more critical opportunity to encourage more countries who are yet to submit their NDCs to do similarly, but also to ensure that the document is robust in its reflection of SRHR. It's important to reflect in national circumstances. It is important also to reflect that national circumstances in proposed interventions, but you don't stop there. It's important for us to see that the government is actually serious in addressing this by reflecting it in their budget, but also in the indicators that measure how they're implemented. There are examples of this already. You can look at the Botswana NDC submitted last December 2024 to see how this was reflected. Of course, it could be better, but this is a good example to have a look at. There are also other examples from Seychelles, from the NDC 2.0 to see how countries can be able to do this. So ensuring that this is reflected national circumstances, interventions, budgetary allocation, but also indicators for measurement would be a good way to indicate that the government is really interested in addressing this. Of course, budget can always be conditional or unconditional depending on the capacities of countries. And then I think also as we go towards the COP, we expect to have the synthesis report of the UNFCCC soon later this month. Perhaps also it will be interesting to see how the gender component of the synthesis report is picking up on these issues to ensure that parties are able to look at it and see how other parties are reflecting SRHR and GBV in their document. And perhaps this could also help us to push other countries to include this in the NDC. We expect from analysis a significant submission of NDCs in Q3, the last month of Q3, and also in Q4 just before the COP. So this is a critical moment for those that want to engage at the national level to be able to do so. Also, from now, and we did have just is it last month? Now it's September. So it was in end of July. We had the Global Symposium on Climate Justice and Impacted Population in Brasilia with the Brazilian government and COP30. And this was to be able to shape the body of work around this intersection in the coming 5-10 years. The last symposium we had on this was in 2019. And of course, it was enough time has gone for us to review that and be able to update the scope of work, share experiences and best practices, but also make commitments on what we are going to do in the coming years. So we produced a Brasilia call to action document from this symposium, which I will encourage you to have a look. It has a lot of interesting points in that document. You could just Google Brasilia call to action and you will find it. And I think it's presents many points, some that are also COP specific and some that speak to the financing. I know you want to stop me, Manao. Give me a second. But also just finally, before you stop me, finally, with the gap text, I think also there's progress being made. We need to safeguard some of the progress that have been made from the workshops we've had and crossing fingers that we're able to work jointly to brainstorm creative and innovative ideas on how we can at least protect the text that we have with some other optional languages as a backup to what we will be facing at the COP negotiations. And do not forget the Belém Health Action Plan, the opportunities to submit many case studies that reflect SRHR. I think you can still submit today if you have the link, and maybe also consider if you can submit within the coming days as well, as the deadlines are passing very soon. Sorry for extending.
Thank you. No, thank you so much. It's great to know that there's a lot being done in terms of health and that there's still a lot of gap we need to bridge. Hopefully we can mobilize ourselves better ahead of Belém. We also are joined by Mrs. Azib. No worries. By Mrs. Azib, I imagine you had very interesting discussion in the adaptation group, but you work in agriculture. So my question is, as a woman farmer, what are your expectations from COP30 and from this summit? What are the expectations of African women in agriculture? Specifically, as agriculture is right now, there's a lot of corporate manipulation of large agribusinesses that are trying to manipulate the conversation versus smaller grassroots women farmers. So what are the expectations of African women farmers?
Thank you very much. Good afternoon. I was at the group discussion with adaptation, so that's why I'm late. Yeah. The status of African women farmers, you know that Africa is very dependent on agriculture for employment, for food security, everything. Yeah, it's more than 50% of the GDP of Africa is dependent on agriculture and employment opportunities, but it is highly vulnerable to natural and social factors. When we say social factors, it is because of the role of women have in agriculture sector. They are assigned to socially assigned unpaid care and domestic work, so they have low productivity. Yeah, this is one of the factors that makes agriculture underperformant. The other thing is rain feed. It's a rain feed. So it makes the agriculture underperformant. The main thing we wanted to focus is that how the productivity of women can be enhanced. You see, yeah, because in agricultural sector, women are most of the time of women is consumed by the unpaid care and domestic works. That limited them to engage in productive activities or limited their productivity. So how could we enhance or increase the productivity of women by investing on women's infrastructure, information, for example, small-scale irrigations, information to climate change, agricultural services, because they have limited access to this all. And the less developed countries are vulnerable to hunger because of the low productivity of the global hunger index score of developing countries is getting very low. You know that It's like in 2024, it was like 18.3, something like that. Yeah, because of the low productivity. So we need the at COP, even at some declaration, to have earmarked financial for agriculture and food securities. When we say earmarked, we need targets, gender-specific targets and indicators, so as to allocate budget for women rights organizations and consequently to women to enhance their productivity and food security. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So what I'm hearing is Africa's women are very central to African agriculture, and we hope that your expectations will be met in the African Climate Summits. We as African feminist movements and organizations, we will be rallying and supporting you in your mission to empower these women. So now, last question, in one word, what is one demand that you have of COP30 and the African Climate Summits? Please, Shagozi, one word. One word, not one sentence, one word.
Not possible with one word, but I would say that we should look at the Brazilian call to action as our key guide towards the COP30. I hope I tried.
There's so many words. Thank you. Marilyn?
I think the word is now action. I think we've been talking, and I think, as my colleagues mentioned here, in terms of SRHR, in terms of agriculture, in terms of conflict, we need to see a change. Things are only getting worse and worse and worse. And I think one thing I forgot to mention, conflict-affected countries usually, I think when you look at, the needs of the day, the conflict now would be the main issue, but not necessarily now the consequences that have come as a result of the conflict. So now we need to see that action, both from this summit, from tomorrow, as well as now at COP in Brazil. Thank you.
And I think there's a lot of action that we as well at the individual, organizational, even regional, national level we can do. Mrs. Lazib, is there any one word, one demand?
Only one demand, and not one demand. We have so many demands, but
one.
responsive policies and actions. We need the indicators of the action plans and the global goal indicators to be gender disaggregated, gender specific. We need specific financing mechanisms to address gender issues. Yeah, to empower women's agriculture. Yeah,
we hear you. So thank you all so much. We are going to work very hard to make sure that these demands are responded to by our states. We're going to hold everyone accountable, our states, our COP presidents, president who was here this morning, and all the stakeholders to make sure that these demands are met. Now to the floor, maybe we can take one or two questions. No. Yeah, okay, yes. If you have any questions, please send them in the WhatsApp. We have the contacts of our amazing experts here. And yeah, thank you all so much. Did you all really like this panel? It's short and sweet, right? Thank you. Okay, so can we take a picture with can you take me with the panelists, please? Thank you.
So, taking the picture, may we stand up everywhere we go? People wanna know who we are. We are the feminists. Mighty, mighty feminists. Mighty, mighty feminists. Okay, lovely. African women, what do we want? What do we want? No, what do we want? What do we want? When do we want it? When do we want it? And if we don't get it, thank you. It shows that all of us, we are still here. So, now we are getting to the end. Okay. Just stay with us, stay focused. We are almost wrapping up. So The next session will be around solutions, and you've heard since morning, I think for those, the guy would ask, how many times do you cook? You can't be talking about clean energy without, understanding what the experience, what it takes to even put a little pot on the fire. And with me here, you're going to hear from some of the women, practical solutions that has existed for generations, and it has been transferred. The knowledge has been transferred from generation to generation, and it's working. Why this session? It's because we want to showcase that African women are not just victims. African women are solution builders. And as the theme of the African Climate Week says, turning ambition to action, African women have been turning ambitions to action for generations. And it's not a new thing. And today you're going to see that. And we hope that this message is going to echo loud at the summit. So we'll be joined here by Joy Adere. Please, Joy Adere, you can take the stage. And Noran Faro, who is also co-founder of Dowsy Bikes Egypt. Okay, my sisters, walk like the African soldier that you are. To the stage. We are warriors. We are soldiers, right? So let's walk like the soldiers that we are. So is Nora Faro here? Oh, thank you. And Anne-Marie. And for sure, we are very, very, in fact, I would say we are really, really lucky and privileged, and we should, claim that for having, at the opening, we had the COP presidency himself, yeah. And now we are having the COP high-level champion with us. Aren't we powerful women? Aren't we powerful? At the first ever Gender Action Day, we are having such high personality at the opening and almost at the closing. Please, I'm happy to call on stage Dan Lowe. I hope my English has finished, so pardon me. So thank you. Thank you so much for honoring an invitation. And so we'll just have 30 minutes, okay? And we know we'll have a lot to say, but in 30 minutes, we'll be able to cover all that because we are always ready. African women, we are always ready at any time. So in 1 minute, I'm just going to pass on the mic to Joy. Joy, in 1 minute. Discipline is one of the things of soldiers. 1 minute, tell us, what are the women doing in terms of those local solutions that are addressing on climate change?
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. Joy Aderele. I work for Self-Help Africa, and I think I've used 30 seconds of my 1 minute out there because I mistook that to be my session. So in Self-Help Africa, we've piloted this model, low-cost grassroots model in Kenya, Malawi, and Nigeria. We're in 17 countries, but we've piloted in this country, what we call Women Collective. So in a nutshell, this is a resilient women hub where women support themselves. It helps to absorb the shocks and help them to accelerate they navigate climate change issues. So what does this hub do? It allows women to come together, build resilience, and then they're able to support resilient livelihoods. So I'll stop here so I don't go over my time.
And for sure, livelihood is the center of every discussion. All what we are saying here, if we cannot put food to the table, it makes no sense, right? So thank you so much. And for sure, if you want to know more about what are some of the, techniques that they use, you are free to reach out to Joy. So I'm just going straight now to your neighbor, Nora from Egypt. Please tell us, the innovations and how you've been able, to sustain that over the years. Thank you. Technology cannot.
Thank you so much. It's a real pleasure to be here today with all of these amazing women.
Thank you so much for the opportunity. So my name is Nuran Farou. I am a physician and social entrepreneur based in Cairo, Egypt. I'm also the co-founder of Dusi or Dusi Bikes, which is a tech-based scooters and bicycles riding platform for Egyptian women. So as you know, Egypt as one of the countries of the MENA region, women face a lot of culture stereotypes and social stigma, especially when it comes to the micromobility. So very few women in Egypt can ride scooters and bicycles, although in Europe or the US, for example, about 30% of riders are women. Women are facing a lot of challenges because of the lack of female scooters and bicycle instructors, and also because of the cultural stereotypes and social stigma, and also because of the safety concerns. So at Dusi, we are trying to find solution to this problem through an online platform through which any woman can book their scooters and bicycle classes online, and then they get matched with the nearest female instructor, and then they get a training in their neighborhoods. Our mission is to empower women on the route by teaching them how to drive scooters and bicycles. And also we are empowering them economically by providing them job opportunities in the micromobility sector, whether as instructors, scooters and bicycles, they can join us after they finish the trainings with us. And also by engaging them in the delivery market, which is growing very fast, and it's almost 100% male dominated. So this is our mission. And also one of Dusi's main targets is to preserve the environment and mitigate the negative effect of climate change. So we are substituting the gas-powered cars and scooters with the electric ones. And our vision is to create more than 1 million green jobs for women across Africa. Yes, this is a general overview about my startup. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I mean, listening to it reminds me of when, we're growing up, and women, it was common to see women like in the rural areas, bike to the farm, and, both women, men, there was no gender, affiliation to that. But now things have changed in a way that even as we, raise our kids, you buy a bike for your boy child, and then maybe you buy something else for the girl child. So thanks for doing that. So Anne, the mic is yours. Thank you.
Okay. Hello, everyone. My name is Anne Marie. I work with Women Environmental Program. So we, for the past 3 years, we've been training women farmers on how to do organic fertilizers and pesticides using the neem tree in general, the neem tree, the leaves, the seeds, even the bark, just to help produce good farming products. So most of them complained that most of them were afraid that because we're teaching them how to produce this, most of them were avoiding the, because they're used to going to the market and buying in bulk. So some of the women took the initiatives to start a business by producing this organic fertilizers and pesticides. And currently, I think one of the women, she's a woman with albinism. She is making great waves, and hopefully we'll get to display some of her products at the COP. And as a follow-up, we also introduced aquaponics. I think most of you already know about aquaponics, but aquaponics were coming in from the point of there's a fish farm, and the fish farm is also giving more like organic, using the waste, the water to water the plants. And this was an initiative that we only started 2 years ago, and so far so good. The women group that we formed in about 4 of these communities has started a business, and it's still growing. So yeah, that's one of the initiatives.
Okay, thank you very, very much. So we'll get back to you, Mr. Dan. We want you to listen to some of the, women-led innovative solutions, and so that as, high-level champion, and, when you're you carry these voices with you to the space. So we'll come back to you, but I just want to ask sisters again, what are some of the challenges? Because, listening could be like, it's so easy. I can just wake up in the morning and do this and then life continues. But I believe there are challenges, right? So if you don't mind, could you share with us what are some of those challenges and how have you managed, to overcome them?
Of course, women innovators in Africa and in many regions in the MENA region face a lot of challenges when it comes to like support of their innovations. For example, the main challenge is the limited access to funding, especially for women, and also the lack of support and the infrastructure like challenges that they face. For example, in my work as a co-founder of DUSI, we face a lot of challenges regarding the infrastructure in Egypt, which is not suitable for our work. We have done a lot of course, partnerships with the government and other organizations that can support us in like providing that like bicycle lanes for women who want to ride bicycles. And we also got support from many local and international organizations supporting women. We have got a lot of course, grants. But I think that the challenge is still ongoing regarding the limited access to funding. And also regarding the other challenges, we faced a lot of challenges regarding the social stigma and cultural stereotypes about women riding scooters and bicycles. But I think that one of the things that I am proud of that now on the streets of Egypt, you can find more and more women riding scooters and bicycles. They even get the support from other women who see them on the road. So I think we have made challenge by believing in ourselves and believing in our mission. We have trained over than 7,000 women, and we have provided jobs to more than 3,000 women over the past years since we started. So I think women innovators, wherever they are from, should believe in themselves and should believe in their mission or in their ideas. Thank you.
So one thing I want to take away is that climate change is not gender neutral. So, for example, 4 out of 5 people affected by climate issues are women and girls. So that's why this solution that we've created, like I mentioned, we've piloted it in the last 3 years in Kenya, Malawi, and in Nigeria, have shown that a low-cost, adaptable solution can really work effectively. And I asked the question when we were outside there, I want to ask again. How many of us have women groups in our communities anywhere in Africa, whether it's a savings group, a social cultural group, religious group? Can you please raise your hand? Raise your hand. Thank you. It shows that this can work anywhere. The Women Business Center or women collectives can work in any context, in any place. It's adaptable, and it can work for groups, trade union, social cultural group, religious group. And what do? We build the capacity of these women in their groups. We provide group assets. They can increase their income. 2 major challenges we face so far: access to finance and access to markets. And the way we are addressing these 2 challenges for access to finance, so we have layered savings group for most of this group. There were some of them that were already savings group before they were adopted into the program, but some other ones were not saving group. Like I mentioned, they were social cultural groups. So now we've layered savings groups, so they're able to pool funds together, which the women are able to access for their businesses. That's one way we've been able to address access to finance. We've also been able to link these women to formal financial institutions and for them to also be able to access low interest loan. The second one is access to market. Most of these women are farmers. They produce things and they don't have access to the market. I was in Benin one time where the women were narrating that, they take their tomatoes to the market, and at the end of the day, they are not able to sell. So because they don't want it to go bad, they just sell it off to the middlemen. So how are we closing that gap is through digital training. We provide digital access so these women are able to upload their products in the rural community, and somebody from the city is able to see it and buy. One of the success stories we have is Louisa in Benue, in Vandeka in Benue. Through this medium uploaded, she makes dresses. She uploaded her dress on Facebook, and somebody from the US ordered the dress and bought it up. So she made her very first dollars from a rural community. So we're able to address the issues that these women face through this medium. Thank you.
Challenges? Okay, I did mention one of the challenges that the women were hesitant because they're used to just going by, and let's be honest, we're humans. We always like to just go pick and move. So we don't like to make it. So which is why we encourage some of the women that had the entrepreneurial spirit to start the business. Another challenge that we have, this is mostly cultural, and this is in the far north, is because most of the women, they do have access to land, but they would rather send maybe their brother or somebody to do the farming for them. And so we had to more or less educate them that because obviously they're not making any profit from their brothers or husbands going to the farm. So we had to not just educate the brothers and the men, but also the women. And another, which is why we introduced the aquaponics, because the aquaponics is not something that you necessarily have to go into the farm, like far away. The aquaponics is something that you can create at the back of your house. So this were some of the challenges that we have. Yeah.
Then you've listened to the women. This is just a snip. So we may be yet three, but I mean, women in the continent, are doing great things. So this is just a snip of what women are doing on a day-to-day basis as part of their own, local contributions towards addressing climate change. So just want to hear from you, in terms of, your promise to the women of Africa, how their local-led innovations and solution, be part of the action, like core in the action agenda. Thank you.
Well, good afternoon. Thank you for the invitation to be here. It's a pleasure. I don't know if you're familiar with this champion role at COP30 or previous COPs. It's basically to hear, as we're doing right now. So I'd rather hear than speak, honestly. Hear you to understand how can we speed up, scale up climate action to achieve the Paris Agreement goals. That's it. And by going in this direction, of course, we have to hear everyone and try to bring everyone in this so-called mutirão, which is this Brazilian word that you probably heard this morning from Ambassador André Corrêa do Lago, which basically means all of us working together towards a common goal, each one with its own capabilities and its own speed. But it is a fact that if we don't work, all of us, in a certain direction, will be very hard to get close to achieving the targets. At this point in time, we are fairly far from where we should be, and the whole world is at a significant risk. But of course, the so-called Global South and Brazil and Africa are in this region. They will probably have most of the losses, most of the damage of the continuation or of the increase of the climate crisis. But at the same time, I think you pointed out at the beginning of the session, we, Global South, we are full of solutions. And I was glad to hear amazing stories here. I had a chance to visit yesterday or the day before yesterday, a scooter, e-scooter factory here in Addis. So very much connected to what you were speaking. The farming thing, of course, is very much into the whole climate action agenda, and all of the subjects that you guys touched. And probably our audience has many, many more experiences that would be great to get to know. COP30, as you probably heard already, is all about implementation. With all respect to the negotiation, it's not a very good moment for that. The world is under several conflicts, but a lot has been done in negotiations. So seems that we have most of what we need to implement actions like we have been hearing here, not only today, but throughout this Climate Action Week here in Addis, and probably tomorrow onwards in the African Summit. And we've been traveling all around the world and getting to know these incredible project solutions. So what do we need to do now? We need to implement what Brazil has proposed, a unified climate action agenda based in 30 key objectives, which are deployed within 6 axes, 5 vertical axes and 1 horizontal axis. They talk to most of the things that you have been talking about here one way or another. And we came up with 30 activation groups for each of these key objectives. All the initiatives on climate action around the world were invited to hook on, to participate as much as possible, so that we can use all of this time of everyone and the space of everyone, the media, the participation, to showcase those solutions and make sure that we move forward with them. Some are easier to do, some are harder to do. Most of them we're not going to get done in one cycle, but seems that COPs from now on will be mostly about implementation rather than negotiation, for those 2 reasons. The world is complicated, and 2, either we implement, or probably in 5, 7, 8 years down the road, our chances of getting on a better way of this crisis will be much, much less possible than today. So there is no way out. We need to work together with a sense of urgency and a sense of practicality, thinking about easy to implement initiatives that can bring us to our goals collectively. So thank you again for sharing and for inviting me. Sorry, and very, very happy to hear the initiatives. Not only in this panel, I had the chance to hear the previous panel where it was talked also about health. This is also a significant topic, is one of the 30 key objectives, the resilience on health systems. So hopefully we will be able, I don't like to make promises, but you do have, I think, the commitment of COP30, not only you, but the whole world, that we will work a lot to make sure that implementation is the order of the day, and that we come up and we aggregate all those solutions and opportunities for us to move forward. And finally, on Africa, again, Africa is full of solutions. Africa is a power shoring house, as Brazil, for example, and that means, in my personal view, the route to socioeconomic sustainable development. There is an amazing opportunity for us to use the positive side of this climate issue to foster the development of areas like Africa, Brazil, some areas of Asia, and others where we never achieved the intended development. So let's not miss this opportunity. Let's think very carefully about it and make sure that not only we solve the climate crisis, but we really change the socioeconomic development pattern of some areas of the world, which can contribute so much to the rest of the world and have so many opportunities and possibilities to add on value chains, add on job creations, add on technology, and of course, equality of gender and everything else that has to come along. So count on me for that. Thank you so much.
So much. Thank you so much. So one last message for Dan, because I mean, we have an opportunity to have him here. So let's tell him that burning, desire.
Thank you. So what I want to say is that women are not victims of climate change. They are also innovators and leaders. And I think that in order to achieve the climate resilience, we have to support the women-led climate innovations. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Mine is saying that the women group is something that aligns with the value of Africa, our collective spirit. And so leveraging women groups across Africa, it's an adaptable and scalable model that would help transform climate change.
Okay, I think everyone has said everything, but I'm just going to say that grassroots initiatives is what is keeping the rural communities together. So as my message to you is to fight for the women in the grassroots.
Like message that 3, so I'll take 2.
My name is Anne from Kenya. Thank you so much for the panel. My quick question, you talked about the some of the things that are being done here. There are also some interesting developments in Kenya, like something called Mkokoteni, where someone puts a cart that's refrigerated and helps kind of communities, farms, transport things from the farm to the market and vice versa. And so I thought that maybe these are also some of the things to amplify. Thank you.
Okay. We need to be sharp.
I'm not sure if Dan is the right person, but I'm still going to say it. It's a very logistical question. A lot of us I'm a student, I'm still a student, still studying, and I'm a young person, and I'm a woman. And a lot of us are struggling with getting accommodation in Belém. A lot of us are struggling with flights. Latin America is on the other side of the world. How are we going to get ourselves there when everything is so expensive? So please work with the presidency to make sure accommodation is affordable. Same with flights as well.
I think it was from Kenya, right? So thank you so much. And one comment, the London Climate Action Week, and we saw several projects related to refrigeration in Africa, somehow related also to clean cooking subject. One of the stronger COP30. All of this, and the Climate Champions team has a African director, which is a lady and a team in Africa, I think made up only contact with us. My colleague here, Braulio Diaz, he can share info with all of you on how to do that. It's a pleasure and a need for us to collect this information. Regarding logistics, unfortunately, is not my area of management on COP30. I think was not even Ambassador André Correa do Lago, but it became because of this logistics crisis, let's call it. Honestly, I don't have a place to stay yet. If you do find one, let me know. Of course, I'm in São Paulo, so that's much easier. But it is, of course, a problem. I think there is more availability now. Good work has been done to raise, so there is like more than 50,000 places to stay, but they seem to be still very expensive and not flexible enough, like all of them asking for the whole 2 weeks or so. So it is a problem. So my comment to you, whoever wants to be in Belém, please insist. I do believe that we'll continue to find some solutions, but it's not a theme that I can really manage or help directly. But I'll take your comment as well, because it is very important that the Brazilian government, and this is a governmental subject, that they hear the issues that all of you are facing, willing to be there, which is what we all want, and having trouble to do so, which is not nice.
Yes, I'm taking the privilege of supporting to have the last question to you. We have noticed now with the increase of the crisis that there's sort of like urgency of solution. And that urgency has driven the desire for more scalable, profitable solution in the expense of the community-led solution and women-led solution, which in most cases might not meet the number in terms of like profit or employment. So my question to you, what is your commitment, especially, for example, in Action Agenda, in a group that has been created to make sure, and to echo what my colleagues have said, that is the community solution that are keeping the communities together. How do you make sure that they're integrated? We know members have already been called. Are you going to open up when they have categorical category for the community-led solution? Because if we put them in the scale of everything else, the billion-dollar solution, then they might get lost.
I do believe we need all of them, to be very frank. If we don't have those billion GAG, let's forget dollars, greenhouse gases, if we don't get amazing solutions to decrease quickly, it's very negative to the world. So I'll give you three examples. Maritime fuel. There is a technology developed. There is a willingness from the shipping companies to apply. And if we do so, we reduce around 5 percentage points of the global greenhouse gases. If we do exactly the same on airplanes, we do have a solution. The airlines have agreed to apply another 5 percentage points. Steel, the so-called hard-to-abate industries, steel and cement. They have technological solutions. Again, they would make up more than 10% together. So let's assume that with 4 issues, gathering 4 huge economic groups, we reduce 20-something% of the greenhouse gases in the next 10 years. We really build a possibility to be in the game in 2025, 2040 for all of us. Now, is that enough? No, that's not enough. And your point. And I think the way we structure the agenda is that we don't want to go only to area A or only to area B. We need all of it. One important point, I gave those 4 examples of the so-called mitigation, which is to reduce the greenhouse gases. The other front is the adaptation and the resilience, which has been talked a lot here. Over time, adaptation and resilience has not been at the same level as mitigation in attention, in resources, and even in solutions, because it's easier. The mitigation is more technical, it's less complex. But we decided that that's not acceptable. And we propose that adaptation should be at least at the same level as mitigation. So there is a very, very strong effort to make sure that we move forward. And of course, the adaptation, which is, let's say, low here in terms of resources, financial resources, actions, could jump significantly. That's our intent. But very honestly as well, very pragmatic and thinking that either we control the climate crisis or the cost of dealing with it is going to be so much bigger than we will all regret. So we need to move very quickly on this over the next 5 years to make sure, 10 years, sorry, to make sure that we have a chance. Otherwise, we're going to spend all of our resources as society in adaptation, which is could be thought as positive. But if it's only to continue to adapt, I'll give you the example of my hometown in Brazil, was flooded for more than a month. 1 million people had to leave the city. Lots of houses were destroyed. $16 billion damage in one mid-sized city in Brazil last year. Lots of remediation initiatives, but you're basically almost throwing money away, right? Because you're saying you lost your house, now I need to help you to build an exact same house. So we need to try to get out a bit of this route, paying a lot of attention in adaptation, but try to do adaptation also as a preventive thing to allow us to support the mitigation effort. And then we have to go into these very specific details with you to make sure that all the communities and all the areas of the world are engaged. And that's, again, the idea of Mutirão, of us working all together.
Okay. I was just saying that we live in the stage, I would say me living the stage feeling assured, hopeful, and motivated. And thank you all, for, sharing with us and also inspiring us with your actions. And I hope that colleagues here have, pick one or two things and never think that whatever you're doing is too small. I mean, it could, be at a low scale, but definitely it's also contributing because like in that spirit of mutual, right? It's collective. That's the Ubuntu spirit in Africa. I'm here because you are. So we are, in together in the fight. So I just want to take the moment to thank you again, Dan, for finding the time. I know this is a very busy period, but finding the time to come and sit and listen to the African women, it also shows, your commitment and your interest to hearing, what are working in the continent and how that could be amplified and scale up. So on that note, I'm going to call on Mishi. So Mishi, you just join us on stage and for sure, just give us highlight, what, the African women for the past days, during the climate week have discussed and as, as engagement from the African women to the head of state as they prepare for the summit and also as that leads to Belém. And then you just wrap it up with, your final thoughts also. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. And thank you so much to all the African women and men, comrades, allies, and friends who have been here since morning. Thank you so much to the government of Brazil. We feel a little bit, we have been a little bit exploitative today to have all the leadership of the co-presidency in this meeting. It's such a privilege to be in a community with you. So as we close, it has become part of the tradition of African women to organize ahead of the summit. When we first heard about the African Climate Summit, of course, we didn't heard. African women were one of the first communities to start asking African government to organize in the continent because we have experienced a lot of challenges engaging when Africans are convened outside. So we really engage African Union and our African heads of the state to ask them, can you organize yourself in the continent? You don't have to be convened every day. Can you convene yourself? And we were extremely happy when the first African Summit was hosted in Nairobi. However, we were extremely disappointed that our own call has resulted for us being pushed outside. It became a space for those who have money, those who have power, those who have more important things to say than us, and we ended up organizing outside the official setting. We have said that, and when we met in Nairobi, a day like this, in the eve of the summit, we expressed our anger that we feel pushed out as African women. We are extremely concerned that our governments, but also the global community, doesn't center women. So when the second African Climate Summit started, we engaged the Ethiopian government. And we engaged quite early, to be honest. I think I was here in March, to engage with the Ethiopian government and to make sure that this session become the official session of the summit. But all of you can bear a witness that we are still outside the venue. It has been a privilege to bring everyone outside, because we did say, if you are not bringing us inside, we are going to bring the leaders outside to where we are. And for that, we have achieved, and can you all clap for ourselves? We have refused to be confined within where the power is. We said, if we are not there, is that what they said? If you are not in the table, build your own table, right? So we brought our own table and we brought everyone in this space. We know possibly this is not the most convenient space. We could have been easy to be in the bigger room with all the summit branding, but we're here and we have achieved what we want. So to close up, we, as a tradition, we have to launch a statement. And we projected the statement there that you, for all of you can read. I might not be able to read all of it, but I would wish to start. So this statement is African Women and Gender Constituency and Partners in relation to the Africa Summit 2, hosted from 8th to 10th of September. And this is the pre-session summit, which was titled From Ground to Global African Women Power in Climate Action. African women are here. Can we repeat that? All right. If you can just go up. African women are here. We, the African women and girls, the custodian of the land, the nature of life, keepers of our community, and the guardians of our knowledge, have gathered here today for the second time to assert, yes, so that they can see. Thank you so much. This, I will just read a fraction of it, because it's not long, it's 3 pages, but it's not safe to read 3 pages, especially at these late hours. All right. So we start again. African women are here. African women and girls, the custodians of the land, the nature of life, keepers of our communities, and the guardians of our knowledge, have gathered here today for the second time to assert our collective and the resolute commitment to safeguard our continent, our countries, and our communities, and our planet from devastating impact of the climate crisis. We gather here to demonstrate our power and leadership and claim our rightful place in the decision-making process. Collectively, we refuse to be confined within colonial boundaries. We are here as Africans to assert and embrace our ideals of Pan-Africanism. We stand here in our diverse identity, representing women from the hills and the mountain, to those from the savannas and the island, women from the farming to the pastoral community, from the government to civil society and academics, encompassing the youth, the old, and those living with different abilities. We recognize that patriarchal social structure, exploitative economic model, and existing political structure with their colonial legacies disproportionately affect us, and underscoring the urgent need for every voice to be heard and every struggle to be acknowledged and amplified, and we are here to do just that. And that was the purpose of today's session, to bring everyone in all our diversity and to get our voices heard. And I believe you will agree, colleagues, that we did manage to do just that. The statement will be published and you'll be happy to see. And the statement has 2 main calls for action. One, to our own African government. As African, we have to hold our government accountable to what African women want. And also we have to send a very strong call of what we want them to deliver when they get to Belém, because at the end of the day, COP is a party-driven process, and our negotiators do negotiate as a bloc, and they need to negotiate on behalf of the continent. So we did send a strong message to them, but also we have the last message to the global north to fulfill their responsibilities. African women women are saying to the global north and to the polluters that Africa is not asking for favor. It's just asking for the accountability and for them to take responsibility to the crisis that they have created. So with that, allow me to thank friends as more than 100 members, nationalization to hold this conversation together. So thank you so much, comrades and colleagues, for hosting this session. Thank you to our interpreters who have really helped us to unite and break the language continent, because one of the biggest challenges in the continent is the language. We have been colonized by different countries. So we have those who have been colonized by French and they cannot speak English, or Portuguese and they cannot speak French. But because of your work, we are able to be one and we're just able to be African. So we truly appreciate, because with your support, we did manage to be Africans today. To all the caretakers, the service, the staff of the hotel, always when this meeting are hosted, we take it for granted that there's women and young men who have put their labor for us to be here. You served your food, arranged the room, and we appreciate your work. That care work is valued and we want to value it now. And we are hoping the co-presidents will also take that as an invitation, because COP is such a big endeavor and you need that labor, and that labor needs to be appreciated and fairly rewarded. And I think last to everyone who have been here with us since morning, it's quite a packed week. There is a lot happening, but you stood here for all this from morning to now, so we truly appreciate. And as part of the tradition of African women, the guest cannot leave without a gift. So allow me to invite you, Dan, to receive your gift. And this is the specific African attire that you will be helped to wear it. And as sisters are doing that and taking pictures, then we can allow the music to, and those who have beautiful voices, to sing our incredible feminist chant as we close the session. Oh. Whoa. Yeah. Ethiopian, can you lead us a singing as we close? An Ethiopian song that we can dance, we can chant.
We don't have a group picture with everyone. We don't have a group.
Okay. We'll do that. All right. Ethiopians, song. We can clap now, we need singers. All right. So I think we just get the clap done. So thank you so much. If you, do you want to say anything? Okay. All right. So thank you so much. We truly appreciate.
Can I get the
statement? Definitely. That is what. Yes. 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 And for everyone who wants to join Africa-WGC, kindly ask any of us. You will give the information. Yeah. So with the Ethiopian song, we can dance and leave the room in our comfort. Thank you so much.